Chapter 3079. The cultivator in charge of monitoring the surroundings suddenly made a strange sound as he stared blankly at the astrolabe. Young lady, that meteorite, that meteorite. Lu Huaishuang looked down and her face instantly paled. On the astrolabe, the bright spot was still there, not damaged by the simultaneous firing of the 10-star cannons. How could this be? Old Shun also had a look of disbelief. He had personally witnessed the power of 10-star cannons firing at once. Even the strongest masters in the territory did not dare to face them head-on. So how could this meteorite be so hard? What made him even more shocked was that the previous volley did not even change the direction of the meteorite, and it was still heading straight for the battleship. Quickly dodge it, Old Shun shouted. A bitter smile appeared on Lu Huaishuang's face. It's too late. If they were in an open area, with the superior performance of this battleship, they might be able to dodge and turn the situation around. But where were they? This was a meteorite sea, surrounded by large and small meteorites. There was no room to maneuver, so where could they hide? It was indeed too late. On the astrolabe, the light that symbolized the uninvited guest was heading towards the battleship at an extremely fast speed. There was only one thing everyone could do now, and that was to pray that the meteorite would not cause too much damage to the battleship. However, this was undoubtedly unrealistic. Although the meteorite was small, the energy fluctuations it gave off were extremely terrifying. If it really hit the battleship, it was unknown if it could withstand the impact. A dot of light came into view through the crystal window in front of them, like a shooting star. Immediately after, a rumbling sound came from somewhere in the battleship, and the 1,000-foot-long battleship shook violently. Everyone on the battleship turned ashen in an instant, and there was only one voice in the depths of their hearts that was constantly wailing. It's over. It's really over this time. The sound gradually subsided, and the shaking battleship also slowly stabilized. Inside the cabin, everyone remained silent, and it was a long time before they came back to their senses. Nothing happened. The ups and downs of life and death made everyone feel that it was extremely unreal. The expected scene of the battleship being destroyed did not happen. All of them seemed to have overestimated the destructive power of the meteorite. However, the speed of the battleship had obviously slowed down. It was obvious that it had suffered some damage and needed to be repaired as soon as possible. Otherwise, it was very likely that something would happen in this vast star field. Lu Huaishuang was the first to react. She shouted, "Pass down the order to check the damage of the warship. Send someone to repair it. Leave this meteorite sea as soon as possible and find a place to settle down." Only then did everyone come back to their senses and hurriedly took action. Lu Huaishuang pursed her lips and looked through the crystal window at the star field. It is said that one who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune in the future. I wonder if this will happen to me. The cultivator in the warship quickly became busy. Because the warship had been damaged, its speed had slowed down. Originally, it would only take an hour, but in the end, it took a full 4 hours to leave the asteroid sea. After leaving behind the asteroids that were drifting through the boundless starry sky, everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Letting a damaged battleship sail through the meteorite sea was not a fun thing to do. Fortunately, the cultivator on the battleship was well-trained and skilled at operating the battleship, so there were no major mistakes. Now all that was left was to quickly find a place to settle down and repair the battleship. Old Shun gave a more suitable target, and Lu Huaishuang immediately gave the order to move towards it. Half a day later, on a dead and desolate star, a 1,000-foot-long battleship broke through the fog-like clouds and slowly sailed over. Such desolate stars were countless in the territory of any star. Although there were many stars in the star field, there were not many that were suitable for living beings to live in and cultivate. Only those that had a complete source of stars and could nurture the world's spiritual energy were qualified, and such stars were cultivation stars, full of vitality. Correspondingly, those stars that did not have the slightest bit of world's spiritual energy and could not even survive were known as dead stars. Some dead stars evolved from cultivation stars. When the source of a cultivation star gradually declined and was even destroyed, over the years, the cultivation star would become such a desolate scene. Meanwhile, Some dead stars might be nurturing new vitality. Perhaps one day in the future, they would possess their own star source and would bloom with a more dazzling light than other cultivation stars. However, this would definitely take tens of thousands of years, and it would be a long time. The battleship landed somewhere on the dead star, and the hatch opened, and Cultivator continuously walked out, running towards the damaged location. Although they had done some simple repairs during the voyage, if they wanted to set sail again, they would have to completely repair the damaged location. Perhaps Lu Huaishuang was a little bored in the battleship and also walked out, and all the cultivators she met bowed respectfully, and there was not a trace of lust in their eyes, but heartfelt admiration. In the territory of the boundless star, who would not praise the eldest daughter of the Lu family of the Chaoyang star? Who would not say that she was not inferior to men? The Lu family did not have a male heir, and the head of the family was in his twilight years. Such a large family was all managed and supported by the eldest daughter of the Lu family. When Lu Huaishuang took over the Lu family's affairs, no one thought highly of her. A woman should have stayed at home to take care of her husband and children. What could she do in public? But reality proved that everyone was wrong. Although the Lu family did not rise to the next level, at least they did not decline, and all of this was due to Lu Huaishuang's efforts. This was something that even the Lu family's enemies had to admit. Lu Huaishuang's beauty and the Lu family's property also attracted countless people. Beauty and wealth had always been the goal of men, and the Lu family was such a big piece of cake, exuding a fragrance that made people drool. If one could win Lu Huaishuang's favor, not only would he have a beauty in his arms, but he would also be able to receive such a huge dowry from the Lu family. It was a good thing that he could achieve in one step and save a few lifetimes of hard work. Every year, countless people visited the Lu family to propose marriage, but not one of them caught Lu Huaishuang's eye. My man must be a good man. His name will be as dazzling as the sun at noon in the star field, and I will marry whoever can do it. This request was not a request at all. It was too difficult. No man would deny that they were a good man. Everyone looked at themselves and felt that they were good, and that other men could not compare to them. But to make their names shine like the sun in the star field, how could they do it? The only people who could do this were the few strongest people in the territory, and which of those old guys were not half buried in the ground? The Lu family's young miss was destined to be alone for the rest of her life. No one to love her, and she would never be able to taste a man. Sour grapes existed everywhere, and since they could not get what they wanted, they did not want you to have a good life. The idea that as long as you were well, it would be a sunny day was too weak. Stepping on the yellowed ground and sniffing the stuffy air, Lu Huaishuang frowned slightly. She was a woman after all, and no matter how smart and capable she was in the eyes of others, she was still a weak and delicate woman. The environment on the dead star was very bad, and as far as the eye could see, it was full of dust and sand. As the wind blew, the dust flew, and even the air was filled with fog, making it difficult to see too far. She walked for a while and stood still, wanting to stretch her back without any scruples, but even this simple idea could not be realized. She had to maintain her appearance and dignity. Her heart was tired. She stood there quietly, guessing the history of this dead star. Perhaps a long, long time ago, or a long, long time in the future, this dead star would have a brilliant civilization and a rich life. On the sandy ground in front of her, there might have been a thatched cottage, and then a couple would live there, the man plowing and the woman weaving, happy and harmonious. After 3 to 5 years, they would give birth to a pair of children and take care of them carefully. When they were old, they would wander the world hand in hand and be buried together in an unknown corner. They did not need too much money, as long as they had enough to spend, and did not need to be too strong, as long as they had someone to accompany them. The higher one stood, the simpler their wishes were. Only those who stood at the bottom would dream of plucking the stars and the moon and becoming famous. Miss, a person's voice suddenly sounded. Lu Huaishuang's imagination was interrupted, but she was not angry, only turning her head to look in that direction. A guard of the Lu family was staring at her in a daze, somewhat shocked and in disbelief. He actually saw the young miss smiling. Although it was not very obvious, the corners of her mouth were curled up in a casual smile. The young miss was beautiful to begin with, and when she smiled, it was even more beautiful. He had been in the Liu family for more than 10 years, and ever since the young miss took over the Liu family, he had never seen her smile again. Liu Huaishuang's lips curled up, and she said lightly, "What's the matter?" The guard's expression quickly turned serious, and he said, "We found something strange." Liu Huaishuang frowned. "What strange thing?" The guard scratched his head, not knowing how to explain. It was really too strange just now, and he could not explain it clearly. At this moment, a group of people walked out from the hole in the warship. That group of people seemed to be carrying something, and were quickly rushing over. This strange scene attracted everyone's attention, and they all looked over. In the blink of an eye, those people were already in front of Liu Huaishuang. With a bang, a person was thrown in front of Liu Huaishuang, rolling a few times before coming to a stop. Liu Huaishuang frowned and looked over, only to see that the person did not look very old, a young man, his clothes in tatters, as if he had been tortured. His eyes were tightly shut, and his face was somewhat pale, and after being thrown out, he lay motionless on the sand. Liu Huaishuang did not feel any signs of life from him. This person was not even breathing, clearly dead. Chapter 3080. It was not that Liu Huaishuang had never seen a dead person before. In fact, she had killed many with her own hands. When she first took over the Liu family, the He family, another major family on planet Chaoyang, had once invaded. The two families immediately went to war, resulting in countless casualties. It was because of her outstanding performance in that war that Liu Huaishuang was able to secure her position. Today, planet Chaoyang was ruled by the Liu family and the He family. The two families had divided up the resources of planet Chaoyang, almost half of it. However, the appearance of this young man made Liu Huaishuang frown, not out of disgust, but out of curiosity. She studied the young man's face carefully. After a long while, she looked up and asked an old man, "Third uncle, is this one of us?" There were hundreds of cultivators on the warship. Although she could not name all of them, she had seen most of them. However, this young man gave her a strange feeling. She was very sure that she had never seen this person before. Lu Ling shook his head. No. No? Liu Huaishuang's eyes narrowed. If he was not one of them, why would he be on the warship? She thought of many possibilities in an instant. The most likely possibility was that he was a spy sent by someone who had a grudge against the Liu family. If that was the case, there could be other troubles waiting for her. As if guessing what she was thinking, Lu Ling said, "This person was found in the damaged part of the warship." "Third uncle, you mean?" Liu Huaishuang looked up at him. Even with her intelligence, she could not figure out what her third uncle meant. Lu Ling's expression was complicated. "According to my observations, the reason why the warship was damaged seems to be because it was hit by this person." As soon as he said this, everyone fell silent. Everyone was trying to figure out what Lu Ling meant. Then, a sensational thought appeared in everyone's mind. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Liu Huaishuang also came to her senses and looked at her third uncle in a daze. If she did not know her third uncle well, she would have thought that he was playing with her. Lu Ling smiled bitterly. "I thought that the warship was hit by a meteorite too. However, after careful investigation, I did not find any trace of a meteorite. Instead, I found this person. The damaged part of the warship also seems to be hit by someone." Gasps could be heard as everyone looked at Lu Ling with a strange expression on their faces. Liu Huaishuang remained silent. Lu Ling said, "I know this sounds a little unbelievable, but I really can't find a more reasonable explanation. It was more than inconceivable. It was simply sensational. How could a single person create a hole in the battleship, slowing it down and forcing it to stop here for repairs? This was one of the two best starships on Rising Sunstar, an Origin King-grade starship. It could even withstand the attacks of an Origin King-grade master for a long time without breaking. So how could it be damaged by a single person? If a battleship like this could be damaged so easily, then it wouldn't be able to travel in the starfield. A few meteorites could easily destroy the ship and kill the crew. To say the least, even if there was someone in this world who could do this, it would be impossible. Could it be that the simultaneous firing of the 10-star cannons was just an illusion? The previous 10-star cannons had all hit the target. Who could withstand the attack of 10-star cannons? Looking at the young man's condition, He didn't have any injuries on his body. Only his clothes were a little tattered. Even if his body was made of steel, it would be impossible for him to withstand such damage. Suddenly discovering this young man in the damaged battleship caused everyone's thoughts to become chaotic. All their common sense and understanding seemed to have been subverted. There's no point in talking about this now. Let's repair the starship as soon as possible. Lu Huaishuang made the final decision. Lu Ling sighed in his heart, knowing that she didn't believe his speculation. Not to mention others, even he himself didn't believe it. He always felt that his speculation was wrong. So, he didn't try to explain anything. As for this person, find a place to bury him. Lu Huaishuang looked down at the dead young man. No matter what his identity was or why he appeared on the starship, since he was dead, he should return to dust and return to Earth. All of a sudden, rays of light shot over from all directions. Chaotic energy fluctuations rose and fell. Before the people arrived, the attacks had already arrived. Asterisk chi 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 asterisk a series of crackling sounds rang out, and as the light flashed, the place where the Lu family members were standing turned into a sea of energy. Enemy attack! Someone shouted in horror, but his words came to an abrupt halt, as if an invisible hand had grabbed his throat. The next moment, his aura disappeared, and he was obviously dead. Screams rang out all at once. Lu Huaishuang's face paled, never having expected to be attacked in such a place. This was a Death Star, and they had only settled here on the spur of the moment. Who would ambush them here? With no time to think, Lu Huaishuang reached out and touched her delicate earlobe, crushing one of her earrings. A bright white light blossomed and suddenly turned into a huge, bowl-shaped protective shield, enveloping the Lu family cultivator in it. With a rumbling sound, the attacks from outside slammed into the protective shield, creating layers of ripples. The light of the protective shield dimmed at a rate visible to the naked eye, and in less than 10 breaths of time, with a crisp cracking sound, the protective shield shattered. However, with this 10 breaths of time, the Lu family members finally reacted, summoning their artifacts and secret techniques to attack the enemies around them. In an instant, the energy around them became chaotic and the earth shook. A person suddenly swooped down from the sky, his hands intertwined, turning into a giant curtain that covered the sky and slammed down towards Lu Huaishuang. Lu Huaishuang pursed her lips and flicked her wrist, summoning a long blue sword from its sheath, her entire temperament undergoing an earth-shattering change in an instant. She was beautiful and graceful, but at the same time, she was also an Origin King Realm Master. If she did not have strength, how could she lead the entire Lu family? What's more, she was a woman. No matter where she went, strength was respected. The long blue sword slashed through the air, instantly forming a territory around it, the sword intent wantonly piercing through one's skin painfully. The long sword in Lu Huaishuang's hand suddenly turned into a phantom as she slashed out hundreds of times, the 100-sword chi condensing into a single point that quickly blossomed like a prairie fire. The terrifying pressure suddenly dissipated, and at the same time, a cry of surprise rang out as the enemy who had swooped down from above flipped over and dodged to the side. In just an instant, whether it was Lu Huaishuang or the attacker, both of them felt the strength of the other party. This was an opponent who was not weaker than themselves. The noisy battlefield suddenly became strangely quiet because of the fight between the two strongest people. Everyone had the illusion that they had just walked through the gates of hell. When they came back to their senses, their backs were covered in cold sweat. Lu Huaishuang fixed her eyes on the source of the commotion and saw a fat white man standing there with a harmless smile on his face. He was wearing extremely loose clothes that were unbuttoned, exposing his white belly, making him look like a fat worm that had just eaten its fill. Coupled with his almost imperceptible squinting eyes, he gave off an inexplicable sense of humor. No one dared to laugh, instead feeling a chill run down their spine. Lu Ling's face turned ugly as he shouted, "Ma Chaochuan." A cold light flashed across the white fatty's eyes as he smiled. "Oh, you recognize this king?" Lu Ling gulped. With such an obvious physique and characteristics, with such a ferocious style, how could he not recognize him? Fierce Wind Ma Chaochuan. Fierce Wind was not Ma Chaochuan's nickname, but the name of a force that was extremely troublesome in the Star Territory. There were many bandits in the mountains, pirates in the sea, and there was also a kind of existence in the star field called star pirates. What they did was not much different from the bandits and pirates. They did business without capital, robbing people and committing all kinds of crimes. There were many star pirates in the star territory, but there were only a few famous ones. Fierce Wind was one of them, because this star pirate force had an Origin King Realm Master in charge. An Origin King Realm Master was a peak existence in the entire star territory, an overlord of any cultivation star. If such a master engaged in robbing people, it would be a disaster. The top forces of the star field had once worked together to exterminate these galactic pirates. However, galactic pirates were like weeds that would sprout again when the spring breeze blew. Even if one or two galactic pirate forces were eliminated, more would spring up like bamboo shoots after the rain. The Squall were also extremely cunning. They never touched those existences that they couldn't afford to offend. Those that were targeted by them were all forces that could benefit them but were powerless to resist. Moreover, they didn't have any moral bottom line. The targets that they robbed never had a good ending. They were all killed and robbed. When Fierce Wind passed, not even a blade of grass grew. It could be said that Fierce Wind was the most notorious group of star pirates in the boundless star territory. Around the people of the Lu family, the galactic pirates of the Wild Wind Gang surrounded them in their strange-looking tiger chariots. Every one of them had a malicious smile on their faces, especially when they looked at Lu Huaishuang. Their eyes shone with a shocking light as they brazenly scanned her beautiful position, as if they were looking at a delicious dish. The smile on Ma Chaochuan's face became more and more obvious as the fat on his belly shook and rippled. This must be young Lady Lu. Sure enough, you are an outstanding beauty with good cultivation. Hearing about you is not as good as meeting you in person. Lu Huaishuang's face was sullen as she swept her eyes over the Lu family. Although it had happened suddenly, today's events were really strange. Fierce Wind seemed to know they were here and had specifically come to find them. As the current head of the Lu family, she could not help but think of something. The eyes of an Origin King Realm Master were very sharp, so she quickly discovered some clues. It was a member of the Lu family, and in terms of seniority, he could be said to be her uncle. When their eyes met, she could not help avoiding his gaze. Suddenly, she felt a little heartache and disheartened. She did not understand why her family would betray her. Chapter 3081. This girl had shown extraordinary cultivation talent and aptitude at a very young age. She was of noble birth and had a good family background, so there was no shortage of cultivation resources. Her outstanding aptitude, coupled with the unconditional support of her family, represented the rise of a new cultivation star. It took her less than 100 years to reach the Origin King realm step by step. She did not have the strange temperament of other young ladies of great families, and was extremely kind to her servants. She was very popular on Rising Sun Star. If it were not for the old patriarch's old injury suddenly relapsing and his body falling ill, she would probably still be in retreat. Cultivation was not boring for her. On the contrary, she enjoyed it. Experiencing the strength in her body growing bit by bit gave her an indescribable joy. Taking the command of the Lu family in the face of danger was not her wish. Her quiet cultivation time was broken and replaced by all kinds of miscellaneous matters. Every day when she opened her eyes, it was as if she heard countless mouths crying for food. In the past 30 years, she had spent a lot of effort for the Lu family, but her own strength had not increased at all. She could not understand why someone from the Lu family would betray her. Why? What was their goal? 30 years of hard work. Was this betrayal all she got in return? She tightened her grip on the sword and slowly loosened it. Her gaze swept past the uncle and turned to Fatty Ma. She said indifferently, "Since second master is here, then first master and third master must be nearby, right? Why don't you show yourself?" Her beautiful eyes swept around as her red lips parted slightly. Although Fatty Ma was not bad, she was not afraid. She had probed the other party's strength in the fight just now. They were probably on par with each other. Both of them were first-order Origin Kings, so no one was much weaker than the other. She had the advantage of powerful Saint Chi, while Ma Chaochuan had the advantage of rich combat experience. After all, he was a star pirate, a master who had fought his way out of a sea of blood and mountains of corpses. If it was only Ma Chaochuan here, the Lu family would be able to carve out a bloody path with their strength. But when Fierce Wind moved out, it was always in full force. Fierce Wind had 3 masters. The first master was Shang Yao, a second-order origin king. The second master was the white fatty Ma Chaochuan, and the third master was Gu Ming, a first-order origin king. The Gale Force was able to survive the encirclement of so many forces not only because of luck, but also because of their own powerful strength. Ma Chaochuan chuckled, "Thank you for your concern, Miss Lu. However, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. I'm the only one who's come today. Eldest brother and third brother have other matters to attend to. If Miss Lu wants to see them, why don't you come with me to Fierce Gale territory? You'll be able to see them then." Lu Huaishuang's beautiful eyes narrowed. "Second master, are you inviting me?" Ma Chaochuan's smile did not change. "If Miss Lu is willing to cooperate, then that is an invitation. What if I don't cooperate?" Hee. Ma Chaochuan only smiled. His intentions were obvious. If he didn't cooperate, it would be a threat. Lu Huaishuang said calmly, "I have long heard of the Tempest's reputation. The territory of the Star Realm is vast, and it is fate that we can meet here. I have not prepared anything, but the Lu family is willing to offer some humble gifts and invite the brothers of the Tempest to have some wine and tea. I would also like to ask the second master to make way for us." Most space pirates only sought wealth. If possible, Lu Huaishuang did not want to have any conflicts with them. Of course, the main reason was that she had a bad feeling about this. Ma Chaochuan was definitely not the only person here. That first master Shang Yao and third master Gu Ming might be lying in ambush somewhere, waiting for an opportunity to strike. If a fight really broke out, the people of the Lu family would probably not be able to survive. She herself might not be able to escape either. It would be best if she could spend money to avoid disaster. Ma Chaochuan's eyes shone brightly. He praised, "I've long heard that the first miss of the Lu family is a heroine who does not lose out to men. Seeing you today, you truly live up to your reputation." Since ancient times, women were difficult to raise. This young miss of the Lu family had a heart and courage that most women lacked. No wonder she could lead the Lu family and occupy half of the morning sun. If she were a man, there would probably be another overlord in the territory of the Star Realm in the near future. He shook his fat head. "What a pity. Although I would like to invite Miss Lu over, I'm afraid some people won't agree." "Who is it?" Lu Huaishuang asked in a low voice. A pitch-black warship suddenly broke through the thick fog and descended from the clouds. Its huge hull was not inferior to the Lu family's warship in the slightest. It was almost as if it was carved from the same mold. At the bow of the warship, a conspicuous He character could be seen clearly even from afar. The crowd was in an uproar. "It's the He family's warship. How could it be them? This is a trap. Motherfucker. The He family is actually colluding with the Fierce Gales. How shameless." The He family was the other top family on the Morning Sun. They shared the Morning Sun together with the Lu family. As the saying went, 2 tigers cannot live on one mountain. On the same cultivation planet, 2 top families were at odds with each other. Naturally, there would be friction between them. Today, one side would attack the other. Small conflicts would escalate, and large conflicts would become life and death grudges. The 2 families on the Morning Sun could be said to be like fire and water. But Lu Huaishuang would never have guessed that the He family was actually connected to the Fierce Gales. What was the Fierce Gales? They were the most notorious pirates in the entire territory of the Morning Sun. There was no other. Anyone who had anything to do with them would never be able to clear their name. Was the He family not afraid that the news would leak and cause the entire territory of the Morning Sun to attack them? At that time, even if they took over the Lu family's property, they would not have the chance to enjoy it. But soon, Lu Huaishuang's face darkened. Since the He family's warship dared to come out so openly, it was obvious that they did not intend to leave anyone alive. Dead people would never reveal any secrets. Her eyes were cold as she turned her head to look at the clan uncle. That person's mouth was wide open, his face was full of shock, and his eyes were filled with shock. Clearly, this change was not within his expectations. The warship landed not far away, and the cabin door opened. A hale and hearty old man stepped out. This old man looked to be in his 60s, and half of his hair was white. He had the dignity of a superior, and his expression was dignified. No one saw him move, but in a few steps, he was not far away. Behind him, hundreds of He clan's elites followed closely behind, eyeing the Lu clan's people covetously. The situation immediately became tense. The sound of the Lu family members gulping could be heard. Everyone was nervous. Ma Chaochuan was still smiling, as if he did not see He Wuzue's arrival. He Wuzue stared at Lu Huaishuang and laughed coldly before saying, "Little girl, to think that you would have such a day." He had an arrogant look on his face, as if he was a villain who had gotten his way. Lu Huaishuang heaved a sigh of relief. She knew that today was not going to be a good day. In such a dangerous situation, she became even calmer and said, "Old Master He, the grudge between Chaoyang's star is between our families. It's not appropriate to involve other people in this." He Wuzue snorted coldly. "The three leaders of the Fierce Wind family are my sworn brothers. How can they be considered outsiders?" His words were earth-shattering. Lu Huaishuang was also shocked. She had never heard of such a thing. No one in the territory of Morning Sun knew about it. But at this point, she believed that He Wuzue would not joke with her. And looking at Ma Chaochuan, he did not have any intention of refuting. Obviously, things were as he said. He and the three leaders of the Fierce Wind family were indeed sworn brothers. Admiring Lu Huaishuang's stunned expression, He Wuzue felt a burst of pleasure in his heart. After enduring for so many years, he finally got his reward today. From now on, Morning Sun Star belonged to the He family. The surname Lu would no longer have anything to do with it. Fourth brother, the others are fine, but does the Lu family's first young lady want to die? Ma Chaochuan suddenly turned to ask He Wuzue. Killing the trash of the Lu family was nothing, but this Lu Huaishuang was quite tempting. There were many beautiful women, and with Ma Chaochuan's strength and status, there was no shortage of beauties around him. But beauties who had reached the Origin King realm were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. He had never tasted one. What's more, he had long heard that the Lu family's first young lady had been in secluded cultivation. He was afraid that she had not even tasted a man. It would be a pity if she died like this. As soon as he said this, He Wuzue knew what he was thinking. He said solemnly, "Second brother, although roses are fragrant, they are covered in thorns. Be careful not to hurt yourself." Ma Chaochuan thought about it seriously and nodded, "Fine." He also knew how difficult it was to capture a First-Order Origin King alive, so he simply dismissed the idea. Otherwise, if he hesitated, he might be the one to die. "Do it!" He Wuzue suddenly shouted. Obviously, he wanted to end this quickly and not give the Lu family any chance to resist. As soon as he said this, Ma Chaochuan clasped his hands and two golden balls suddenly appeared in his hands. The golden balls were filled with world energy and were obviously not ordinary artifacts. He Wuzue's body shook as Saint Qi began to circulate in his body. Lu Huaishuang's face was solemn. She wiped her blue sword with her finger and sword intense sword. A great battle was about to break out. However, a ghost-like figure suddenly appeared beside her, and in a split second, a water-splitting thorn stabbed towards her. Lu Huaishuang was shocked. All her attention was on Ma Chaochuan and He Wuzue. When she saw them move, she was naturally on guard. Who knew that those two were just a distraction? The real killing blow had already reached her. By the time she reacted, it was already too late. He Wuzue and Ma Chaochuan both smiled, looking like they were waiting to watch a good show. The water splitter flashed with a cold light and gave off a deadly aura. It was as if blood would bloom in the next moment. At this moment, the owner of the water splitter felt his hair stand on end. He could not help but feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. All the blood in his body seemed to be frozen. Lu Huaishuang's beautiful eyes also narrowed, revealing a look of shock. The young man who had been lying quietly at her feet, dead for a long time, actually moved at this moment. It began to move in an extremely strange manner. First, his feet stepped on the ground and his calves suddenly stood on their own. Then, his thighs straightened and his body suddenly bounced up. When Lu Huaishuang looked down, she met with a pair of clear and deep black eyes. These black eyes were like a bottomless abyss. With just one look, Lu Huaishuang felt as if she was about to sink into them. She was shocked and hurriedly pushed her spiritual energy to stabilize her mind. Chapter 3082. Each of the three masters of the fierce wind family had their own unique skills. First Master Shang Yao was a powerful second-order origin king, one of the strongest existences in the entire star territory. Second Master Ma Chaochuan was a charmingly naive fatty, but his fat wasn't just a result of eating too much. It was also the capital he relied on to survive. His defense was extremely amazing, and he was like a meat shield. With his fat, he could exchange a few blows with a master a realm above him without falling into a disadvantageous position. Of course, it was only a few blows. The gap in cultivation was not something that could be made up for with some fat. As for Third Master Gu Ming, he was a thin but strong man who was best at concealment and assassination. His whereabouts were unpredictable, and he came and went without a trace. Enemies hiding in the dark were the most terrifying. It was easy to dodge a spear in the open, but hard to defend against an arrow in the dark. The one who suddenly attacked Lu Huaishuang was the third master of the fierce wind family, Gu Ming. Lu Huaishuang's previous guess was correct. The fierce wind family had indeed mobilized all their forces. Ma Chaochuan's claim that eldest brother and third brother had important matters to attend to was just a blatant lie. Gu Ming relied on his superior concealment divine technique to quietly sneak to Lu Huaishuang's side. Just as Lu Huaishuang's attention was attracted by Ma Chaochuan and He Wuzue, the water splitter suddenly attacked. He was also a first-order origin king and had the advantage of a sneak attack. He was confident that even if he couldn't take Lu Huaishuang's life, he could at least severely injure her. The Lu family was led by Lu Huaishuang, so as long as this woman was seriously injured, the rest of the Lu family would be nothing to worry about. Everything was going according to plan. The sudden accident caused Gu Ming's soul to leave his body. In a flash, a young man in ragged clothes stood in front of Lu Huaishuang and stared at him calmly. Although there was no color in his eyes, Gu Ming couldn't help but feel a sense of inferiority. The young man in front of him was like a towering mountain. Even when he looked up, he couldn't see the top of the mountain. Even the mountainside was shrouded in mist, making it hazy. Who was this person? When he sneaked over earlier, he had also noticed this person lying at Lu Huaishuang's feet, completely lifeless. He was obviously dead, but why was he able to stand up? Furthermore, an extremely powerful vitality burst forth in an instant. How was this a dead person? He was clearly alive and well. Gu Ming only panicked for a moment. Being able to cultivate to the origin king realm, both Gu Ming's temperament and wisdom were top-notch. After a moment's deliberation between retreating and advancing, Gu Ming released a dazzling cold light from his water-splitting dagger and stabbed forward at an even faster speed. No matter who you were, at such a close distance, even a third-order origin king would be able to pierce a hole in your path. Go away. Lu Huaishuang finally regained her senses. Seeing that Gu Ming was advancing instead of retreating, while the young man in front of her had no reaction, she immediately shouted and put a hand on his shoulder, wanting to pull him back. However, what shocked her the most was that the other party did not react at all. His feet seemed to have taken root in the ground. Not only did she not manage to pull the other party away, she even staggered and almost bumped into the other party's back. Ding! A crisp sound rang out. The viciousness on Gu Ming's face stiffened and was replaced by extreme fear. He raised his head to look at the young man, and his eyes trembled violently. At that moment, he had imagined many scenarios in his mind. The biggest possibility was that this reckless brat would be killed by him, or that he would only injure him, or that the other party would counterattack and he would act accordingly. But he had never imagined the situation in front of him. The other party remained motionless, allowing his water-splitting dagger to stab into his chest. His flesh remained intact, and even his skin was not damaged in the slightest. On the contrary, his water-splitting dagger flashed and its color dimmed slightly, causing Gu Ming to almost lose his grip. The water-splitting dagger was an Origin King-grade artifact and was extremely sharp. Not to mention flesh and blood, it could even pierce through iron. Gu Ming did not even feel any fluctuations of power from the other party's body. In other words, This strange young man had indeed resisted his blow with his flesh and blood, and then nothing happened to him. Is he even human? Guming was proficient in concealment and assassination and was good at killing people in one blow. His sense of danger was also extremely keen. So, when he found that his full-powered blow had no effect, he decisively fled, his thin body blurring as if he was about to merge into the air. He had no choice but to flee. The existence of this young man in front of him was beyond his understanding, and a voice in his heart was screaming, "If you don't flee, you'll die." The young man slowly raised his hand. His movements were clearly not fast, and even seemed a little stiff, but with just a casual grab, Gu Ming, who was about to merge into the air, was grabbed by the neck, and his translucent body instantly solidified. The divine technique of concealment was inexplicably broken just like that. Gu Ming was frightened out of his wits. He felt a strong force on his neck, as if his neck could be broken at any moment. He struggled with all his might, but it was to no avail. The young man raised his hand and lifted him up directly. This situation made everyone's hair stand on end. It would have been fine if they did not know Gu Ming's identity and strength, but Gu Ming was an origin king after all. How could he be captured so easily like a helpless chick? Third brother. The smile on Ma Chaochuan's face finally disappeared, replaced by a grim look on his chubby face. He Wu Zue's expression was also extremely solemn. He silently summoned his artifact, his eyes drifting, as if he was looking for a way out. Under everyone's gazes, the young man looked at Gu Ming, scrutinizing him from head to toe. After a moment, he frowned and curled his lips. Weak, too weak. He had not fought with an origin king for many years, and all the enemies he had encountered over the years were all people with exceedingly high cultivation. Thinking about it now, he was not used to it. He even felt a little nostalgic, and his mood was inexplicably complicated. Thinking back, he had experienced the same thing in the past. "Who are you, sir?" Ma Chaochuan asked in a deep voice. The faces and figures of the several overlords of the Star Territory flashed in his mind, but none of them matched the person in front of him. He had never heard of a young man with such astonishing strength. "A bunch of trash. You want to know this king's name?" The young man coldly snorted. His tone was extremely arrogant, but no one felt it was out of place. This young man's tone was arrogant, and he had the strength to back it up. If it was anyone else who said this, they would probably laugh. Ma Chaochuan did not even dare to get angry. He swallowed his saliva and cupped his fists. "Please calm down, sir. It was us who had eyes but failed to see. We ask Sir Master to be magnanimous and forgive our third brother. We will leave now and never offend you again." He acted cautiously on the surface, but in his heart, he was cursing He Wu Zue. His fourth brother was an idiot. When did the Liu family find such a strong backer? He actually did not know. He and the others had even come here to humiliate them. Now that they had kicked the stone floor, they did not know if they would be able to return alive. If they had the chance to return, they would definitely cut off all ties with their fourth brother. If they continued to be together with him, they would be killed sooner or later. "You come and go as you please? How can there be such a cheap thing in this world?" The young man sneered. Although he was in a special state before, he was not completely unaware of his surroundings. He had heard everyone's conversation, so he naturally knew what was going on with these people. Although he was not a swordsman, it was not a big deal for him to do something that came to him on a silver platter. Ma Chaochuan complained in his heart, but could only lower his stance again. "Please make a decision, sir. I, Kuang Feng, admit defeat." He could not even tell the depth of his opponent's cultivation. He really did not have the confidence to make an enemy out of him. Otherwise, why would he humiliate himself like this? He was a man of honor after all. The young man frowned, deeply despising this white fatty. He had no backbone at all. He could not arouse his killing intent at all. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk a thunderous sound suddenly came from the sky. At the same time, the atmosphere of the entire world suddenly became extremely dangerous. Arcs of lightning began to swim in the air. Everyone's expression changed as they raised their heads to look at the sky. They saw that a pitch-black vortex had appeared in the clouds, and there seemed to be an electric dragon swimming in the vortex, emitting an aura that could destroy the world. Are you crazy? I hid it so well. The young man also looked up and suddenly cursed. Lu Huaishuang frowned and stared at the young man's back with a strange expression. Was he cursing the heavens? She suddenly felt a wave of sympathy. This young man's cultivation seemed to be very strong, and his figure was also very handsome. Just now, she had caught a glimpse of him and saw that his appearance was not bad. Why did it seem like there was something wrong with his head? If that was not the case, why would he curse the heavens? Was the heavens jealous of the talented? This thought came to Lu Huaishuang's mind. Before she could finish her thought, there was a loud crack that made everyone's eardrums tremble. As if in response to the young man's curses, a bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket came crashing down from the cloud vortex. It connected the heavens and the earth like a divine pin, splitting the heavens and the earth. Everyone's hair stood on end. Lu Huaishuang, who was closest to the young man, turned pale. It could not be helped. That bolt of lightning was actually heading straight for the young man. Its target was obvious and precise. The heavens had struck him with lightning. How many bad things had this young man done that even the heavens could not tolerate him? Let's go. The young man suddenly turned around, grabbed Lu Huaishuang's collar, and threw her. Before Lu Huaishuang could react to what had happened, her whole body flew out like an arrow from a bow. Then she saw the bolt of lightning strike the young man's body. The young man's black hair instantly stood on end. With him as the center, the area within a radius of 100 feet became a sea of lightning. Several cultivators who couldn't dodge in time didn't even have time to scream before they were reduced to nothingness. A burnt smell filled the air at the same time, as if someone was roasting meat. As the smell entered their nostrils, it was nauseating. The lightning strike lasted for a full 10 breaths of time. In these 10 breaths of time, the lightning in the sky poured down like moonlight, constantly pouring down. The young man was struck until his whole body convulsed, as if he had contracted chicken plague. It was painful to look at. Chapter 3083. Lu Huaishuang turned her gaze away, her face full of pity. No matter how evil this young man was, such a death was too tragic. What's more, he had helped her just now. If he hadn't intervened, she would have been injured. Ma Chaochuan and He Wuzue were overjoyed. They almost couldn't hold back their laughter. Sure enough, the heavens had its way. If you don't believe it, just look up and see who the heavens spared. The two of them looked at each other. There was no need for discussion. They knew what the other was thinking. After a while, the lightning that fell from the sky subsided. The black cloud vortex in the sky also disappeared. The whole place was silent. The young man was still holding Gu Ming, but whether it was him or the third head of Wild Wind, their hair was standing on end. Their faces were charred black and their auras were almost non-existent. Not to mention what happened to that young man. The third head of the fierce wind gang was dead. Everyone had seen the power of that lightning punishment. Even a third-order origin king wouldn't be able to survive it, let alone Gu Ming, who was only a first-order origin king. This was simply an undeserved disaster. Although the young man had the ability to take his life, he didn't really kill him. Instead, it was the heaven's lightning punishment that took Gu Ming's life. Two silhouettes suddenly shot over. Ma Chaochuan and He Wuzue, one on the left and one on the right, pounced over like lightning. Cut the grass by the roots. If you beat a snake to death, you'll hit it with a stick. How could they not understand such a simple principle? Previously, he had been cautious only because this strange young man had displayed superhuman strength. Now that this young man had been struck by lightning punishment, it didn't matter if he was dead or alive. They had to ensure that this young man was thoroughly dead. Only then would they have a chance to live. Otherwise, they could only put their lives in the hands of others. Although Ma Chaochuan was fat, his movements were extremely nimble. His white rolling body was indescribably strong and agile. The two golden pills in his hands emitted a dazzling light. Before he arrived, the two golden pills had already flown out. They carried an unparalleled momentum as they smashed towards the young man's head and chest. He Wuzue formed a seal with his hands and released a powerful divine technique. Suddenly, the silhouette of a giant python appeared in mid-air. The giant python raised its head and opened its bloody mouth to bite down on the young man. Everything happened in a flash, and Lu Huaishuang had no time to react at all. Her heart skipped a beat, and she raised her hand, sending a sky full of sword chi at He Wuzue and Ma Chaochuan in an attempt to surround them and rescue them. However, she realized that it was obviously too late. She was only doing her best and leaving the rest to fate. She was of no help at all. Swish, 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 swish. As the sword chi flew, Ma Chaochuan and He Wuzue, who were lunging forward, seemed to crash into an invisible wall. They came to a halt with a swish. They stared ahead in horror, and their hearts sank. It was not Lu Huaishuang's sword chi that stopped the two of them, but the young man's reaction. The young man who had been struck by the lightning punishment for over 10 breaths of time suddenly moved. He stretched out his hand and wiped his disheveled hair. His originally calm and deep eyes were now filled with resentment and indignation, as if he was extremely dissatisfied with something. It was just a simple movement that made Ma Chaochuan and He Wuzue lose the courage to attack. They were forced to stop. The scene seemed to be restrained by an invisible hand. Time seemed to have stopped as well. Everyone stood where they were, stunned. He wasn't dead. He had been struck by lightning punishment for over 10 breaths, yet he was still alive. Lu Huaishuang could not help but widen her eyes as well. A strange light flickered in her eyes. Only Ma Chaochuan's 2 golden pills were still hurtling towards the young man, arriving before him in the blink of an eye. The young man put down his hand that was touching his hair and shook it slowly. Ma Chaochuan's heart skipped a beat. He had actually lost his connection with the 2 golden pills in that moment. He focused his gaze, and his body began to tremble violently. The 2 golden pills had actually reached the young man's hand. The young man's fingers moved nimbly, and the 2 golden pills moved around in his hand leisurely, turning into blurs. He had stolen his personal treasures with just a raise of his hand. What divine technique was this? What the hell was this guy doing? He Wuzue's Python divine technique lunged over as well, but He Wuzue no longer had the strength to maintain it due to his shock. The python only vanished with a single movement. Gulp. He swallowed his saliva as his face began to twitch uncontrollably. That. Ma Chaochuan pursed his dry lips and tried his best to find an excuse, but he discovered that his courage had completely vanished. Even his voice trembled. I didn't kill him. The young man casually tossed Guming's body away. The only reason Guming had died was because of the lightning tribulation. From the beginning to the end, he had not tried to kill Guming. Master, this is probably a misunderstanding. Ma Chaochuan smiled along, but it was even uglier than crying. What kind of misunderstanding? Tell me about it. The young man looked at him indifferently. How could Ma Chaochuan tell him the truth? Normally, he would suppress others with his strength. He would start a fight as soon as he disagreed with a single word. His eloquence had always been mediocre, so he was not skilled at being eloquent. Sweat seeped out of his forehead, and he constantly wiped it with his hand. If he could not explain himself, he would probably die today. He gritted his teeth and said nothing more. He turned around and fled as quickly as he could. If they had any chance of survival before the lightning punishment, then they had no other choice but to flee now. Who told him and He Wuzue to attack the young man recklessly? He could only blame himself for not bringing his eyes with him when he came out this time. Now that he had fled, how could He Wuzue stay any longer? He made a prompt decision to flee in the opposite direction. This was his subconscious reaction. He only hoped that the young man would chase after Ma Chaochuan and give him some space to flee. However, the result was destined to disappoint him. The young man did not even look at them. He only tossed the golden pill in his hand before taking a step back. He leaned backwards and swung his arm. A golden pill shot through the air. Wah! A miserable cry rang out, followed by the sound of something falling to the ground. He Wuzue did not even dare to look back. He used all the strength he had when he was young to flee. At that moment, he only hated his parents for not giving him 2 more legs. He could tell that it was Fatima's voice. He suddenly felt pain from his back. His entire body was pulled along by a great force, and he could not help but fall to the ground. He Wuzue scrambled to his feet in a hurry. He could not help but be startled. He saw that there was actually a pool of dark red blood on the ground, and, for some reason, His heart felt empty, as if something was missing. He lowered his head and saw the final scene of his life. There was a huge hole in his chest. From the wound, he could clearly see his internal organs squirming. His vision darkened, and he fell limply to the ground. His life was quickly draining away. It was completely silent. On the nameless land of the dead stars, it was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Whether it was the several hundred disciples of the Lu family, the pirates of the Fierce Gale, or the elites of the He family, all of them were deeply shocked. They all looked at the young man who had not moved at all. They looked at him with reverence as if they had seen a god. There was no other reason. The young man had only casually tossed out 2 golden pills. There was not a single ripple of aura. In other words, he had used pure physical strength. Then Ma Chaochuan and He Wuzue fell to the ground. They did not even have the chance to resist. Ma Chaochuan was dead. He Wuzue was also dead. 2 first-order origin kings were as weak as 3-year-old children in front of this young man. Before the 2 of them had planned today's trick, they would never have imagined that they would end up like this. Shock, panic, dread, all kinds of emotions spread among the cultivator of the 3 groups. With the terrifying strength displayed by this young man, if he wanted to, he could easily kill all 1,000 people here. Lu Huaishuang's beautiful eyes were filled with complex emotions. Looking at the young man, besides gratitude, there was also a hidden worry. The young man had indeed helped her, but this was the first time Lu Huaishuang had met him. She did not know whether he was good or evil. She was not a little girl who did not know the ways of the world. There were several hundred elites of the Lu family under her command. She needed to consider more than just her own likes and dislikes. She wanted to go forward and inquire about this young man's temperament, but she did not have the courage. Just as she was hesitating, she suddenly saw the young man turn his head and look at her. There was a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Lu Huaishuang's heart skipped a beat. She felt that this smile was somewhat malicious, and when she was stared at by this young man, it gave her the illusion of being stripped naked, causing her to involuntarily tighten her body. If I were you, I would roll over here obediently. Lu Huaishuang's face changed slightly. What does he mean? He didn't seem to have offended him in any way. When the situation suddenly changed, he wanted to help him. Moreover, when the lightning punishment descended, he also threw him out. He didn't seem like a bad person, so why did he suddenly change his attitude towards him? Could it be that she had just left the wolf's den and entered the tiger's den? But this young man's fist was bigger, so Lu Huaishuang did not dare to resist. Her cultivation was not much stronger than Ma Chaochuan and He Wuzue. These 2 were easily killed by this young man. If he wanted to kill her, she was afraid she could not resist. Sighing in her heart, she could only accept her fate. But before she could take a step forward, she suddenly felt a movement behind her. Turning her head in surprise, she saw a figure appear at some point, exuding a powerful second-order origin king cultivation. Lu Huaishuang could not help but narrow her beautiful eyes. Shengyao, the Wild Wind tribe's first master. Although this was the first time she had seen this person, Lu Huaishuang still recognized him at a glance. Who else could a second-order origin king appear here at this time be but Shengyao, this first master of the Wild Wind tribe, who could live an extremely comfortable life even when the great forces of Star Territory had joined forces to hunt him down. But at this moment, he was like a pimp in a brothel, humbly trotting over with a cautious smile on his face. Passing by Lu Huaishuang, Shengyao arrived directly in front of the young man, half knelt on the ground, and said in a clear voice, "Shengyao greets Master. Master's strength is unparalleled. Shengyao is completely convinced and is willing to follow the Master and serve him faithfully. Please allow me." Chapter 3084. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Whether Shengyao would rather die than submit or compromise, it was all within everyone's expectations. But this guy bowing down as soon as he arrived was far beyond everyone's expectations. Was this person really the Violent Wind Tribe's first master? Was he really a second-order origin king? Everyone felt like this was extremely unreal. But on second thought, this was a wise man submitting to the circumstances. Shengyao obviously did not have the confidence to confront this young man, so he put on such a humble posture. The strong would only bow their heads in front of someone stronger. The young man looked down at Shang Yao, his eyes flashing as the corners of his mouth curled up, as if he had discovered something interesting. But soon, he frowned again. He did not expect this guy to be so spineless. As the saying goes, one does not hit a smiling face. Although Shang Yao had been hiding nearby from beginning to end, he had not attacked him, so there was no enmity between them. Now that he had put on such a show, it would be somewhat inappropriate for him to kill him directly. Ma Chaochuan and He Wuzue would die because they deserved it, but Shang Yao had an instinct to seek fortune and avoid disaster. This guy had given him a difficult problem. The young man thought for a while, but did not know how to deal with it, so he simply ignored him and closed his eyes, standing in place. Shang Yao remained motionless, maintaining the posture of kneeling on one knee. Large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. The feeling of being a fish on the chopping block was not good at all. But now that the situation was stronger than him, he had no choice but to submit. The young man did not respond, and the scene fell silent again. Lu Huaishuang stood in place and waited for half an hour, but the young man did not move. Since she did not move, the Lu family naturally did not move, nor did the violent Wind Tribe's pirates. Instead, it was the He family's elites who were exchanging glances with each other, intending to take this opportunity to flee. Lu Huaishuang glanced over coldly. How could she allow such a thing to happen? The Lu family and He family had fought to the death on Rising Sun Star. Both sides were evenly matched in strength and both had Origin King Realm Masters, but after today, the He family would no longer be able to resist. He Wuzue was dead, and the He family was leaderless, so the Lu family could take this opportunity to annex many of the He family's properties. It would be best if he could keep the hundreds of He family's elites here as well. Lu Huaishuang glanced at the young man again and made a decision. Her blue sword glowed brightly as she pointed it at the He clan. Kill, Lu Huaishuang said coldly. One word decided the fate of the He family. She was a woman, but she was by no means a soft-hearted person. Soft-hearted people couldn't wield power, and kind people couldn't wield troops. From the day she took over the power of the Lu family, she no longer lived for herself. The battle was one-sided. Originally, the Lu family and the He family had a similar number of cultivators, but with the death of the head of the He family, the people were scattered. Even if they had a few hundred elite cultivators, they were nothing more than a plate of loose sand. On the other hand, the Lu family had Lu Huaishuang in charge, and the people were united as one, making them invincible. In just an hour, hundreds of people from the He clan were killed or injured. Only a few managed to escape. Although those few people were lucky enough to escape, they were nothing more than a few trapped beasts on this dead star, unable to cause any more trouble. While the Lu family and He family's martial artists were fighting, the fierce Wind Star pirates had also taken the opportunity to escape without a trace. The Lu family did not have the heart to deal with such a group of star pirates. Their target was only the He family's elites. Hence, Squall's group was able to leave this place easily. They didn't even attract any pursuit. Shang Yao was completely abandoned. They had shared joys and sorrows. Their great master might not live to see the sun tomorrow, so they naturally didn't want to leave their lives in the hands of others. Shang Yao was still half kneeling there, cursing his little brothers in his heart. Normally, they would eat meat, drink wine, and play with women by his side, each one more active than the last. But now that their boss was in trouble, each one of them ran away faster than the last. The coldness of human hearts was vividly reflected at this moment. Half an hour later, the Lu family retreated. Hundreds of people had only paid a small price to achieve a huge victory. In today's battle, the Lu family had lost hundreds of elites, including the patriarch. Even the Lu family's only Origin King grade starship had been captured by them. Such a record could only be described as amazing. Thinking about how the Lu family would dominate Chaoyang Star in the future, everyone couldn't help grinning from ear to ear. Everyone knew that this was all thanks to the inexplicable appearance of the young man. If he hadn't killed He Wuzue, it would have been hard to say who would have won today. Lu Huaishuang rushed back, her clothes neat and tidy, her hair neat and tidy, a charming smile blooming on her stunning face, but when she looked again, she couldn't help but be stunned. Because the place where the young man was originally standing was empty. Only Shang Yao was still half kneeling on the ground, motionless. The sand on the ground was almost soaked with his sweat. Lu Huaishuang frowned and looked around, but couldn't find any trace of the young man. Suddenly, she felt a little disappointed. Walking forward, she asked, "Where is he?" Shang Yao didn't answer. "He's not here," Lu Huaishuang said again. Shang Yao was stunned and carefully looked up, but when he found that there was no one in front of him, he suddenly trembled. There was no surprise, only shock. He didn't even know when the young man had left. They were only 2 steps away from each other. With his powerful second-order origin king cultivation, even if a third-order master wanted to leave, he would definitely be able to detect them. But the young man had magically disappeared without a trace, which made Shang Yao feel horrified, but also somewhat fortunate. Fortunately, he had made a prompt decision just now. Although he had lost all face, he had at least saved his life, not following in the footsteps of his second, third, and fourth brothers. "Can I get up?" Shang Yao asked. Lu Huaishuang coldly snorted. "You're asking me that?" She didn't have a good impression of Fierce Wind. Almost all the cultivator in the territory of Chaoyang Star didn't have a good opinion of star pirates, so naturally, she wouldn't give him any face at this moment. Shang Yao smiled awkwardly and tried to get up, but he didn't immediately stand up. Instead, he slowly stood up while carefully looking around. It was as if a figure could jump out at any time and beat him to the ground. This movement lasted for half a cup of tea's time. After standing up, Yang Kai let out a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. "It's fine. Since I'm fine now, it means that the master didn't want to do anything to me." Yang Kai felt a little discouraged. He was a second-order origin king, but he couldn't even enter that person's eyes. Otherwise, how could he be ignored like this? "Young Lady Lu, I've heard a lot about you, haha." Shang Yao smiled and cupped his fists to Lu Huaishuang. Where did he go? Lu Huaishuang had never been so eager to find someone, but the only person she could ask was Shang Yao. I don't know." Shang Yao smiled bitterly. Lu Huaishuang suddenly looked at him in amazement, her expression changing slightly as she understood the hidden meaning behind his words. But he should still be on this dead star. Shang Yao wasn't sure, but he had already calculated in his heart that if that person really left, he could take the opportunity to leave. He didn't dare to have any thoughts about harming the Lu family. After surviving a disaster, he just wanted to escape as far as possible. How could he have the mind to do anything else? Hesitating for a moment, Yang Kai asked, "How about we go look for him together?" Lu Huaishuang glanced at him before summoning her star shuttle without saying a word and turning into a stream of light that flew off in a certain direction. Shang Yao's mouth twitched as he hesitated between running away and searching, but in the end, he grit his teeth and chased after her, shouting, "Young Lady Lu, wait for me." It wasn't just awe and fear, but also the traces of a higher martial Tao from this young man, a goal he had been chasing for so long but was unable to grasp. On a barren stone mountain, the figure of a young man sat quietly. There wasn't much vitality on this dead star, not even a trace of green. Such stone mountains could be seen everywhere on the dead star, covered with scattered sand and stones. When the wind blew, dust would fill the air, making it impossible to see anything within 10 meters of the mountain. The stone mountain wasn't high, only 1,000 meters in height. Shang Yao and Lu Huaishuang stood at the foot of the mountain and looked up, but it was as if they were looking at a giant peak. That was because the figure sitting on top of the mountain was only 1,000 meters tall, but the figure was even taller than 9,900 meters. Half a month ago, the two of them had found this place together and finally saw the figure they were in awe of. Not daring to disturb him, they waited silently at the foot of the mountain. This wait lasted for half a month, during which time the young man sat there motionless, as if he was dead. Even his aura was close to non-existent. Neither of them knew what he was doing. Cultivating was not like cultivating, and entering seclusion was not like entering seclusion. It was more like sleeping. Half a month of waiting was boring, but fortunately, both of them were origin kings. Normally, they would spend a lot of time in retreat, so they had become accustomed to it. Shang Yao wanted to know the origins of this young man and had asked Lu Huaishuang many times. But how could Lu Huaishuang know anything about this young man? He had inexplicably appeared on her starship, and at that time, She had thought he was dead. Now, she somewhat believed her third uncle's previous speculation. The hole in the starship was likely created by this young man. Only such an incredible existence could withstand the bombardment of 10 star cannons and remain unscathed. However, Lu Huaishuang was a little irritable right now. This first master of Fierce Wind sect was a bit talkative, chattering endlessly with her every day. Unlike a second-order origin king, he was more like a resentful housewife. Moreover, Lu Huaishuang also found that when Shang Yao looked at her, he did not show any covetous eyes. This should not be just awe towards this young man. There should be some other reason. However, this was also fine as Lu Huaishuang was extremely disgusted with this kind of gaze. Young lady Lu, this time we didn't get to know each other. If you have time, you might as well visit my Fierce Wind sect's territory. My Fierce Wind sect's territory has nothing but, we'll talk about it after you return alive. Lu Huaishuang interrupted his chatter without any trace of politeness. Sheng Yao's face suddenly became bitter. Chapter 3085. A few days later, Lu Huaishuang and Sheng Yao's hearts suddenly moved, and they looked up towards the top of the mountain. The young man who had been sitting cross-legged finally got up, stretched lazily, and yawned twice, as if he had just woken up from a dream, standing there with his hands behind his back as he stared off into the distance, his gaze deep. Lu Huaishuang and Sheng Yao exchanged a glance before their figures flickered and flew towards the top of the mountain. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the 1,000-meter peak. Landing, both of them were startled, because at this moment, the young man in front of them gave them a feeling of nothingness. He stood there like a wisp of smoke, ethereal and undetectable. If not for their eyes, their divine sense would not have been able to detect his aura. Had he been sitting cross-legged here for half a month in retreat, just to restrain his aura to the extreme? What was he doing this for? Not daring to neglect, Lu Huaishuang curtsied and said, "This mistress, Lu Huaishuang, thanks master for taking action and turning my Lu family's misfortune into a blessing. This mistress is deeply grateful." The young man said, "It was just a slight effort. Consider it an apology for damaging your starship." Sure enough, the starship was damaged by him. Although she had some guesses before, hearing him admit it himself, Lu Huaishuang's heart shook and she respectfully said, this mistress wouldn't dare. She was also a powerful master, but facing this young man who didn't seem to be much older than her, she no longer had the confidence of an Origin King realm master. Standing in front of him, she was like a toddler learning how to speak, someone who could easily topple her to the ground with a single finger. She wanted to ask how this young man had fallen into a coma since he was so strong, but she was afraid that she would make a mistake if she spoke too much, so she kept her mouth shut. Sheng Yao's eyesight was much sharper than hers, so he quickly put on a flattering smile and asked, "May I ask master's honored name?" Lu Huaishuang also turned her beautiful eyes towards the young man. "Yang Kai. My name is Yang Kai." The young man replied. A strange light flashed across Sheng Yao's eyes. He had never heard of this name before, but he was certain that there was no such master in the star territory. His heart shook. Could this person have come from that place? If that was the case, then everything made sense, including why this person was suddenly struck by lightning. That was because the heavenly Tao did not tolerate it. His heart was filled with excitement, and he increasingly felt that he was right to endure the humiliation. If he put in effort, he might be rewarded in the future. Lu Huaishuang had obviously thought of this as well, and the splendor in her beautiful eyes became even more obvious. "Where is this?" Yang Kai asked. "A dead star?" Sheng Yao answered cautiously. If it was someone else who asked such a ridiculous question, they would have slapped that person. There were countless dead stars in the territory of the universe, and they had existed since time immemorial. Who could give those countless dead stars a name? This question really didn't make sense. "I'm asking, where is this place?" Yang Kai pointed at the vast star field and drew a circle. His movement was not big, but it seemed to be able to draw the stars in the sky into his arms. Lu Huaishuang suppressed the excitement in her heart and said softly, "The territory of Limitless Star." "The territory of Limitless Star?" Yang Kai's eyes dimmed as he sighed in his heart. Sure enough, he did not return to the Hung Luo star field, which disappointed him a little. Although the void corridor in the Dragon Temple was connected to the territory of the lower planes, Yang Kai also knew that there were countless planets in the lower planes. The probability of directly returning to the Hong Luo star field through the void corridor was less than 1 in 100. He did not know how to return, and after entering the void corridor, he could only follow Wukong's aura. Unfortunately, he lost track of him. He did not know whether Wukong was in the territory of this universe, or if he had already fled without a trace, hiding somewhere and waiting for a comeback. Master, could it be that you are not from the territory of this universe? Sheng Yao asked boldly. His heart beat violently in his chest, and Lu Huaishuang also stared at him without blinking. No. There was nothing to hide, and with these two's eyesight, he believed that they could tell. This question was just a confirmation. Hearing this, Sheng Yao and Lu Huaishuang's expressions turned serious. Sheng Yao was so excited that his lips trembled, and he said with a trembling voice, "May I ask if Master is from?" Yang Kai glanced at him coldly. Sheng Yao immediately kept quiet out of fear. He was so excited that he forgot about the other's power, and he was scared. Lu Huaishuang said, "This place is simple, Master. Why don't you follow me back to talk?" Since he was not from the territory of Limitless Star, then he must have a lot to ask. There was no need to worry about not having a chance to get closer to him. As long as this person was treated well, the Lu family would have nothing to worry about. Yang Kai nodded and said, "All right." Lu Huaishuang smiled and gestured for him to go ahead. Yang Kai walked down the mountain. Just as he reached Lu Huaishuang, his left foot tripped over his right foot for some reason. He stumbled and fell forward with a blank look on his face. Instinctively, he reached out to steady himself. Coincidentally, he caught hold of 2 plump mounds of softness and immediately felt the surprising elasticity in his palms. The air seemed to freeze at this moment, and time seemed to stop flowing. The scene was completely frozen. Lu Huaishuang's face quickly turned red, as if she was on fire. The feeling of the hand on her chest made her feel at a loss, and she almost couldn't resist stabbing him with her sword. With her skills and reflexes, she could have avoided Yang Kai the moment he fell towards her, but because of the other party's strength, she didn't dare to make any excessive movements and simply stood there, and the result was like this. Her body had never been touched by anyone before, and now her sensitive spot was grabbed by a man she had never met before. She didn't even know anything about him. Lu Huaishuang's eyes couldn't help but redden. Sheng Yao's eyes widened as he stared at Yang Kai with a strange look on his face, thinking that even if his master was lustful, he shouldn't have done this, right? How could he fall down after tripping over his right foot? What the hell was going on? Where's your earth-shattering cultivation? What happened to his ability to kill 2 origin kings with a snap of his fingers? Yang Kai also wore a look of shock as he slowly withdrew his hands, stood up straight, and opened his palms to take a look, his brow furrowed. Seeing this, Sheng Yao and Lu Huaishuang couldn't help but misunderstand. Was this master reminiscing about something? "I didn't do it on purpose." Yang Kai looked up at Lu Huaishuang with a sincere expression, but this explanation seemed weak. Lu Huaishuang pursed her red lips and lowered her head. "It's fine." How could it be fine? It was a matter of honor, but since her strength was inferior, what could she do? Did she want him to take responsibility? Even if the other party was willing, Lu Huaishuang would reject him. Yang Kai sighed. "Let's go." There was no point in explaining. Only he himself knew what had happened. Step by step, he walked down the mountain. Sheng Yao was a little stunned, feeling that this person's temper was really strange. Obviously, his cultivation was heaven-defying, so he could have just flown over, but now he was actually walking. However, he couldn't understand the thoughts of this master, so he could only follow behind Yang Kai. Lu Huaishuang stood in place and waited for a while, calming her mood before gritting her teeth and following. "First master, you don't need to follow me. Just go back where you came from," Yang Kai suddenly said without looking back. After half a month, he no longer had any killing intent towards Sheng Yao. What's more, he didn't want to kill Sheng Yao at that time. A trivial second-order origin king was nothing in his eyes. Regardless of whether Fierce Wind Sect had committed all kinds of crimes, that was a matter of Limitless Star's territory and had nothing to do with him. As soon as these words came out, Sheng Yao immediately seemed to be humiliated. His face turned red as he said, Sir, as a man, I'm a man of my word. Since I said that I will follow you and serve you, I will definitely not leave. Yang Kai suddenly stopped, turned his head to look at him, and smiled. Are you a man? Shang Yao's face couldn't help twitching, not knowing how to respond. As you wish. Yang Kai stepped forward again, and Shang Yao quickly followed. Lu Huaishuang couldn't help frowning, secretly despising this first master of Fierce Wind sect. Even after being insulted like this, he still didn't take it seriously. At the same time, she admired his thick skin. If it were her, she definitely wouldn't be able to do such a thing. Yang Kai obviously didn't walk fast, nor did he use any movement skills, as if he was just an ordinary person, but whether it was Lu Huaishuang or Shang Yao, both of them had to circulate their Saint Chi to keep up with him. In less than half an hour, they had returned to the previous starship. The two starships were anchored in the barren desert, like two giant compatriots. Lu Ling was standing outside, and when he saw Lu Huaishuang appear, he hurriedly greeted her. His eyesight was also quite good, so when he saw Lu Huaishuang and Shang Yao following behind Yang Kai, he immediately bowed and said, Lu family's Lu Ling greets the master. Yang Kai nodded lightly, brushed past him, and walked straight into the open hatch. Lu Huaishuang passed by Lu Ling and quietly sent a message, we'll talk later. She also followed Yang Kai into the starship. She was the head of the Lu family, so she had to make proper arrangements for Yang Kai before she could do anything else. Shang Yao also wanted to go in, but he was stopped by Lu Ling with a hostile expression on his face. Shang Yao quickly said, I am the master's follower, so I must accompany him. Get out of my way. Pushing his Saint Chi, Shang Yao pushed Lu Ling and the others away, the huge gap in cultivation giving him an advantage. As he spoke, there was a sense of pride in his words, causing Lu Ling and the others to be surprised. A second-order origin king, the first master of the Fierce Wind tribe, was actually willing to be someone else's follower? What is wrong with this world? The interior of the starship was extremely spacious, so Lu Huaishuang took the lead and led Yang Kai through the corridors of the starship. A short time later, she led him to a room, pushed open the door, and said, Master, please? Entering the room, a faint fragrance immediately wafted out. This was not the smell of incense, but rather the natural fragrance of a woman. The interior of the room was luxuriously decorated. The walls were decorated with fist-sized luminous pearls that emitted a soft glow. The floor was covered with a thick and soft red carpet. On the left side was a large bed with a pink curtain hanging on it. To the right was a huge bath filled with fresh flowers. Although Yang Kai was not inside, he could still feel that the temperature of the water was just right. On the other side was a dressing table, and although there was no rouge or other tacky things, it was still a dressing table. This was obviously a woman's boudoir. Chapter 3086. And from the looks of it, this was Lu Huaishuang's own room, and the best room in the entire warship. Under normal circumstances, no matter how respectful a lady was to a guest, she would not give up her own room for a guest to live in, as this would inevitably lead to gossip. But Yang Kai's power was far beyond the scope of a guest, and all Lu Huaishuang could think of was to leave the best room for Yang Kai. Even if he had molested her before, Lu Huaishuang did not dare to have the slightest resentment. Shang Yao glanced at Lu Huaishuang meaningfully, a smile on his face. Lu Huaishuang's cheeks flushed. Although she did not have any other thoughts, she felt a little embarrassed to give her room to a man who looked about the same age as her. She said softly, Master, are you satisfied with this place? If not, you can change to another room. Thank you. Yang Kai nodded, not avoiding anything. To him, this was just a place to rest, and there was no difference whether it was a room or not. As long as Master is satisfied. Inexplicably, Lu Huaishuang felt herself heave a sigh of relief. The faint anticipation in her heart had turned into reality, startling her. She hurriedly said, My lord, please rest for a while. I'll come back to speak with you after I've settled some matters outside. Go ahead. Yang Kai waved his hand. Lu Huaishuang took her leave, but before she left, she glanced at Shang Yao. She did not like this uninvited guest, but Shang Yao was acting under the name of Yang Kai, so she could not chase him away. She just glared at him as a warning. After the door closed, Yang Kai began to walk around the room, casually picking up things to look at, then putting them down, then picking up other things to look at, as if everything was new to him. Sheng Yao was like a tail, following behind Yang Kai. Yang Kai suddenly turned around. Sheng Yao could not dodge in time and almost bumped into him. He hurriedly stepped aside and looked at Yang Kai with a smile. "Bath, do you want to go?" Sheng Yao's eyes twitched. He lowered his head and said, "I dare not, I dare not. I will take my leave for now. Master, if you have any orders, please do not hesitate to call. I will wait outside." As he spoke, he ran out of the room, closed the door behind him, and stood respectfully outside. Suddenly, he smiled bitterly. He thought that his disguise was flawless. Even his sworn brothers in the fierce wind who drank, ate, and played with women with him did not see through his true identity after so many years. However, he knew that his disguise was not worth mentioning in the eyes of that official Yang. She had seen through his disguise the moment she saw him, but she was too lazy to point it out. Thinking about what that lord had done to Lu Huaishuang before, and then thinking about what he wanted, Sheng Yingyao's eyes flashed with a trace of determination. He nodded inwardly and suddenly made a hand seal. Then, his body underwent an earth-shattering transformation. Inside the bathtub, Yang Kai took off his clothes and leaned against the wall with his hands spread out, a look of comfort on his face. His muscular body was extremely well-proportioned. If any of the women in the fierce wind saw him, they would probably scream in horror. Now that he had arrived in the territory of the Lower Star, although he was in the completely unfamiliar territory of Boundless Star, he had barely completed his goal. When he established the High Heaven Palace, he had thought about one day bringing his friends and family from Shadowed Star to Boundless Star, but after so many years of working hard to improve his cultivation, he had never had a chance to return to Boundless Star territory, let alone find a way to do so. Now, however, there was an opportunity. Although he had arrived in the territory of Boundless Star, there was still a chance to return to Hung Luo Starfield. Yang Kai knew that Star Territory was very different from Star Territory. Some Star Territories were connected to each other, so perhaps he could find a way to travel to other Star Territories in Boundless Star's territory. Yang Kai decided. His primary goal was to find a way to return to Hung Luo Starfield, and his secondary goal was to inquire about the whereabouts of Wukong. He had a hunch that Wukong might also be in Boundless Star's territory. If that was the case, Yang Kai could find his whereabouts. Wukong was very knowledgeable and would know how to travel back and forth between the territory of the two stars. After taking a bath, Yang Kai put on his clothes again, combed his hair, and summoned the sealed world bead. Gritting his teeth, he carefully circulated his strength and entered the small sealed world bead. In the pavilion area of the small sealed world bead, Lu Yin, who was meditating with her eyes closed, suddenly opened her eyes. Her figure flickered and appeared outside the pavilion. The embodiment that appeared with her looked at each other and saw the thoughts in each other's eyes. Li Jiao and Lu Sanyang were happily chatting about something. Seeing them appear, Li Jiao couldn't help but ask, "Miss Lu Yin, what's wrong?" "Master is here." Lu Yan's beautiful eyes lit up as she looked over. Li Jiao was startled when he heard this, but suddenly reacted and looked over in surprise. On the other side, Yang Kai's figure flickered and soon arrived in front of the pavilion, grinning, "Everyone is here." Lu Yin stood there and opened her arms to Yang Kai. Yang Kai stared at her and asked, "What?" "Hug." Yang Kai said, "Are you kidding me? You're getting younger and younger." Saying so, he walked in front of her and reached out to pick her up, as if he was holding a baby. Lu Yin sat on his arm, her soft black hair hanging down, a satisfied look on her face. She had been cultivating on Spirit Beast Island with the Fire Phoenix for a long time. It was not easy for her to meet Yang Kai on Dragon Island, but she didn't have time to interact with him. Now, she finally got what she wanted. Her two hands grabbed Yang Kai's ears and played with him, as if she had gotten a new toy. She was extremely unbridled. Yang Kai shook his head, but she didn't give up, so he could only let her be. "Brother Yang." Li Jiao bowed to the ground. "This Li will never forget your kindness. In the future, if Brother Yang has any orders, this Li will definitely obey." Lu Sanyang also walked forward and bowed. "Thank you, Brother Yang, for taking revenge for Sanyang." Saying so, her eyes turned red. Liu Qin also said, Thank you, Uncle Yang. She didn't have a good impression of her father long. These days, she had heard a lot about the past from her mother. In her opinion, Li Jiao was her father, and that guy called Fu Qi was the biggest bad guy in the world. Yang Kai reached out and lifted them up, saying, "The one taking revenge is not me, but brotherly. You don't have to thank me for this." Li Jiao said shamefully, "This Li's skills are not good enough. If it wasn't for Brother Yang's help, how could I have the chance to take revenge?" Although Fu Qi didn't die in his hands, Li Jiao had a lot to do with Fu Qi's death. Moreover, if it wasn't for Yang Kai giving him the protection of the Dragon Palace, he wouldn't have had the chance to fight Fu Qi just for this. He was very grateful to Yang Kai. The resentment he accumulated on Dragon Island was swept away, and he was looking forward to the future. He secretly decided that after returning to the Fire Dragon Palace, he would treat Lu Sanyang and her mother well, and also treat his women well. After chatting for a while, the embodiment suddenly interrupted. "Did you encounter some trouble?" It was formed from one of Yang Kai's souls that entered the stone mongoose's body. To some extent, it was connected with Yang Kai's mind, so it naturally noticed some clues. There is indeed some trouble." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Let's sit down and talk." He waved his hand, and a few chairs and a wooden table immediately flew out from the loft. These were all made by the people of Tongxian realm and left here in the early years. Everyone sat down. Yang Kai held Lu Yan's arms and wanted to put her on a chair, but Lu Yan refused. In the end, he could only put her on his lap and hug her. In a few words, Yang Kai told them what happened in the Dragon Palace. When they heard that Wukong escaped, broke through space, and sneaked into the territory of the lower world star, everyone was shocked. When they heard that Yang Kai also chased him to the strange territory of the limitless star, everyone was even more surprised. The current situation is like this. Yang Kai looked solemn. The territory of the lower world star has its own world principles that reject cultivators above the origin king realm. So, except for Yuqin, none of you can safely move around outside. Once you go out, you will definitely be rejected by the heavenly way. Lu Yan asked, "What about you, master?" Yang Kai was in the Emperor realm. The territory of the lower world star rejected even Tao's source realm cultivators, let alone stronger existences. I was also rejected. Yang Kai touched his nose. Although I suppressed my cultivation as much as possible before entering the territory of this lower world star, I was still struck by lightning after coming here. That lightning punishment was the most obvious sign of the world principles rejecting Yang Kai. Fortunately, he had already sealed most of his cultivation. Otherwise, the lightning punishment would have been even worse. Although it was only the territory of the lower world star, the world principles were extremely powerful. If he really provoked the heavenly way, even Yang Kai would not be able to survive in this territory. Then, I fell. PFFF. Lu Yan laughed out loud. It was hard to imagine what a first-order Emperor Realm Master falling. The others also couldn't help but laugh. Yang Kai reached out and knocked Lu Yan on the head. Lu Yan immediately covered her head with her hands and pouted. "So, Brother Li and Sanyang can only stay here for the time being. There is no way for you to return to the territory of the lower world star. But don't worry, I will find my way back after dealing with my own matters." Li Jiao nodded and said, "That's not a problem. Since Brother Yang can come, he can definitely leave. But, do you need our help here? Although with Brother Yang's cultivation, it's impossible for you to find an opponent in this kind of lower star field. If there are 3 of us, we can at least provide some assistance." Yang Kai smiled and said, "If Brother Li wants to help, then seal your cultivation first." "Okay." Li Jiao nodded. "I also want to help," Lu Yan said. "Okay." Lu Yan smiled sweetly. He felt that her personality had changed a lot after this reunion. "Where's Luan?" In another room, Lu Huaishuang finished dealing with some trivial matters and asked Lu Ling, hearing the cold tone in her voice. Lu Ling's heart trembled and he asked suspiciously, "What happened to him?" Lu Huaishuang said, "He betrayed our location and attracted the fierce wind force and the He family." Chapter 3087. Lu An was the uncle who had avoided her gaze when their eyes met. Lu Huaishuang was not blind. She knew the truth without asking. She did not have the time to deal with the traitor, but now that she had time, She could not let him go. The Lu family did not need any traitors. Lu Ling was shocked. Him? That can't be, right? He and Luan were cousins. They had been drinking and chatting together a month ago. He could not believe that Luan would betray the Lu family. But he knew that Lu Huaishuang would not speak without thinking. Since she had said so, she must have solid evidence. His expression turned serious. I'll go take a look. He turned and left. Not long after, he returned with a sour expression. Luan ran away. He searched the entire worship but could not find Luan. He asked the cultivator of the Lu family, but no one had seen him for a long time. As expected, Lu Huaishuang was not surprised at all. If she were Luan, she would have run away too. A traitor was always more hateful than an enemy. If he did not run away, he would end up in a miserable state. She breathed a sigh of relief. If Luan did not run away, she would not know how to deal with him. Kill him as an example? No matter what, he was still her senior. He was her uncle. If she did, would some people be disappointed and think that her iron blood was heartless? Since he had run away, it had saved her a lot of trouble. Just like the few He family members who had escaped the net. On this dead planet without the slightest bit of spiritual energy, they probably wouldn't live very well even if they tried to survive. So Lu Huaishuang didn't plan to chase after them. Letting them go was the biggest punishment she could give them. Why would he betray the Lu family? Lu Ling was heartbroken. Either he did it for profit, or he was caught red-handed. Lu Huaishuang said faintly and waved her hand. Forget it. Don't tell anyone about this to avoid unnecessary suspicion. Yes. Lu Ling nodded. But Luan still has family on Chaoyang. How should we explain it if they ask? Third uncle, you have to think of an excuse. Lu Huaishuang looked at him. Lu Ling nodded. All right, leave this matter to me. He paused for a moment before continuing. By the way, the He family's battleship. Lu Huaishuang raised her head abruptly. Don't even think about that warship before you get that person's permission. Although they had wiped out the He family, and the Origin King-grade starship was the Lu family's spoils of war, in the end, most of the credit should go to Yang Kai. The Origin King-grade starship was imperceptibly branded with the surname Yang. Lu Ling said, Of course I know. These days, I have also restrained my clansmen from boarding the warship. However, I don't think that person would be interested in a warship. Can you go and ask for his opinion? Although the Lu family was a tyrant on Chaoyang Star, they only had one Origin King-grade starship. If they could obtain another one, their strength would definitely rise to a new level. An Origin King-grade starship was the best weapon for attacking cities and seizing territory. If they returned to Chaoyang Star and wanted to deal with the He family's remnants, the deterrence of this warship was indispensable. Lu Huaishuang rubbed her temples as she thought of that person. She remembered how he had molested her when she went down the mountain. She could still clearly recall the touch on her chest, causing her expression to become slightly unnatural. He said he didn't mean it. Hehe. Have you inquired about the origin of that person? Lu Ling asked again. Lu Huaishuang shook her head. I only know he is not from Infinite Stars territory. Lu Ling trembled. Not from Infinite Stars territory? Suddenly thinking of something, he whispered, Could it be? Lu Huaishuang nodded. I also suspect he is from that place. No wonder. Lu Ling said thoughtfully, even the leader of the Fierce Wind Gang is willing to be his follower. If he's from that place, he's definitely not going to submit to Sheng Yao. Sheng Yao must have noticed it too, right? Lu Huaishuang smiled softly. A person like him is one who seeks fortune and avoids disaster. If there are no benefits, how could he be willing to be someone's tail? Lu Ling said solemnly, Then our Lu family must establish a good relationship with him. We can't let Sheng Yao gain the upper hand. It would be best to cater to his interests. I just don't know what this person likes, but what men pursue is mostly wealth and power. Perhaps we can start with that. Our Lu family also brought a few extraordinary women with us this time. I know, let me think about it. Lu Huaishuang nodded. These words were obviously meant to send him away. So Lu Ling said, Then I'll go out first. Let me know if you have any news. Sitting on the chair, Lu Huaishuang's expression kept changing. She thought for a long time but still couldn't make heads or tails of it. Finally, she decided to meet that person first. Regardless of whether she could establish a good relationship with him, the most important thing was to get familiar with him. Sheng Yao was on the side, and if Sheng Yao gained the upper hand, the Lu family would have nothing to do with it. This was a great opportunity, and Lu Huaishuang didn't want to miss it. Light footsteps came from the passageway, and Lu Huaishuang's figure slowly appeared. When she reached her room, Lu Huaishuang was shocked. She stared in front of her and growled, "Who is it?" There was actually a woman standing at the door. Her figure was extremely hot, slim and graceful. Her breasts were bulging out of her clothes. She wore a light purple dress that fit her body perfectly. A purple silk belt was tied around her waist, outlining her slender waist. The back of her waist had an obvious curve, and then her buttocks suddenly rose up. It was soul-stirring. Her hair was soft and smooth, draped over her shoulders, and her peach blossom eyes were sparkling and moist, as if they could speak. Even though they were both women, Lu Huaishuang couldn't help feeling a little excited when she saw this woman. This woman was simply a seductress. Of course, if it weren't for the second-order origin king aura she was exuding, it would have been even better. Lu Huaishuang wasn't in the mood to appreciate her beauty at the moment. No matter who it was, if they suddenly found such a strange master on their starship, they would definitely be on guard. A blue light bloomed as Lu Huaishuang pointed her sword at the other party, a cold look on her face. Although this woman's cultivation was lower than hers, this was her own starship, and if they really fought, it wasn't certain who would win. To her surprise, in the face of her open hostility, the woman was actually indifferent. She held a rouge box in one hand and was applying makeup in front of the mirror in the box. Her expression was meticulous. Suddenly, her hands paused and she said irritably, "I haven't done this in so many years. I'm not used to it. Little Sister Shuang, can you help me put on some eyeshadow?" Little Sister Shuang? Lu Huaishuang frowned. Do we know each other? She was sure she had never seen this mature and charming woman before, so the way the other party addressed her made her suspicious. The woman pursed her lips and smiled. We just separated. How could you not know each other? What are you talking about? Lu Huaishuang was a little impatient, but in the next moment, she stared at her in shock as she thought of a possibility. The woman suddenly changed her voice. What about now? Are you Sheng Yao? Unable to believe her eyes, Lu Huaishuang's mouth fell open, as if someone had stuffed two invisible fingers into it. The famous chief of the wild gale in the Wuji Star Zone had turned into a fair-skinned, beautiful woman who looked like a peach blossom. In an instant, Lu Huaishuang felt as if her worldview had been shattered and her thoughts had come to a halt. Hee hee hee. The leader giggled, her chest jiggling as her clothes nearly ripped apart. Lu Huaishuang still couldn't believe it, but at this time, who else could appear here and had a second-order origin king cultivation besides the leader of the fierce wind gang? How did you? Lu Huaishuang simply didn't know what to say, her mood at this moment extremely complex. The leader's smile faded and she revealed a sad expression. We are all women, and we all stand at a high position. Surely you can understand why, right? Lu Huaishuang was startled for a moment before slowly understanding. When she took over the Lu family, there were many voices of doubt. It wasn't that her cultivation wasn't high enough. In the entire Lu family, there was no one with a higher cultivation than her, but because she was just a woman. After fighting several tough battles and personally killing countless enemies, she had stabilized the Lu family situation and established her status as the leader of the Lu family. However, her former carefree attitude was gone, and she had to pay attention to her words and actions at all times. It was as if in this world, men always had an advantage over women. Why? All the men in the world were born women, so why should they look down on women? Men and women were all human beings, so why should there be a difference between them? If the Lu family was like this, what about the Fierce Wind Gang, which had committed all kinds of crimes in the territory of Convergence Star? The leader said, if those little brats knew that I was a woman, and such a beautiful woman at that, do you think I would be able to rule them? Just my sworn brothers alone would probably eat me alive. Lu Huaishuang nodded in agreement. Ma Chaochuan and Guming could drink wine, eat meat, and play with women with Sheng Yao, but the premise was that Sheng Yao had to be a strong man like them. If Sheng Yao reverted to being a woman, It was inevitable that Ma Chaochuan and Gu Ming would have some ideas. Inexplicably, Lu Huaishuang felt a sense of empathy towards her. To some extent, the situation of the two was very similar. Both were extremely beautiful women, both of them held high positions, and both of them were bound by various restrictions. Sheng Yao is not your name, Lu Huaishuang said. No woman would have such a masculine name. The leader pursed her lips and smiled. It's just a random alias. What should I call you in the future? He Yunxiang, the leader, smiled. I am a child of a poor family, so my name is not very pleasant to the ears. Lu Huaishuang nodded lightly, then frowned and said with a strange expression, I heard that you slept with 100 women in a single night? Since she was a woman, how could she do such a thing? However, there was no smoke without fire. Since there was such a rumor, it must have really happened. He Yunxiang covered her mouth and smiled. Sister Shuang, you are very nosy. Her eyes flashed. If you want to know, you can come find me when you have time. Lu Huaishuang's expression immediately turned serious, and she said somewhat unnaturally, no need. She secretly regretted asking her such a question. Her brain must have been flooded with water. Chapter 3088. Why are you standing here? Knowing that this woman was the head of the squall, Lu Huaishuang sheathed her long blue sword and suppressed her hostility. The master is bathing. Why should a woman like me stay inside? Oh. Lu Huaishuang nodded, not daring to knock on the door. She stood aside obediently. There was a moment of silence. He Yunxiang was still drawing. Suddenly, with a face full of anger, she threw the rouge box far away. Then, she angrily reached out and grabbed it. A clear and pure water ball condensed in the palm of her hand. She used the water ball to wash away the impurities on her face, revealing her natural appearance. Exhaling, she said, That's it. As if she was going to the execution ground, she put on a resigned posture. Lu Huaishuang said, It's better to be natural. You think so too, right? He Yunxiang suddenly felt that the young lady of the Lu family had become much more amiable. She looked at her carefully, secretly comparing herself to her. Well, they both had their own merits. She couldn't tell who was prettier, but their temperaments were completely different. She just didn't know which one of them the master liked more mature and charming, or more elegant and natural. But in terms of figure, He Yunxiang glanced at Lu Huaishuang's chest, a sense of pride rising in her heart. What are you looking at? Lu Huaishuang obviously felt her gaze, and her expression suddenly became unnatural. She secretly hated her. She didn't know what this woman ate, but how did she grow so big? The door suddenly opened without a sound. The two women looked at each other, their expressions suddenly serious. He Yunxiang reached out to hold her breasts and squeezed them into the middle, making the cleavage even more attractive. Only then did she sway her hips and walk in. Lu Huaishuang was speechless. She looked at herself and saw that there was nothing wrong with her, so she followed in. Master. He Yunxiang walked in front of Yang Kai and bowed respectfully, intentionally or otherwise revealing her breasts. Yang Kai nodded slightly, not looking at her. Obviously, he already knew that she had regained her true appearance, so he wasn't surprised. Master. Lu Huaishuang also bowed, but much more formally. Have a seat. I have something to ask the two of you. Yang Kai gestured with his hand and sat down on the main seat. He Yunxiang covered her mouth and laughed. I don't dare to ask for guidance. If Master has any questions, this concubine will tell you everything she knows. Lu Huaishuang looked at her. For the first time, she truly understood what it meant to curry favor with those in power. Master, do you need me to help you comb your hair? He Yunxiang looked at Yang Kai's long hair that draped over his shoulders and said, My skills should be okay. Good, then I'll have to trouble you. Yang Kai smiled at her. Master, you're too kind. He Yunxiang immediately walked behind him, and a comb appeared in her hand out of thin air. She gently combed Yang Kai's hair, as virtuous as a newly married wife. Lu Huaishuang saw this and suddenly moved her hand. A tea set appeared on the table in front of her. She took out the stored spring water and meticulously began to brew the tea. She could not do what He Yunxiang did, so she could only start with the art of tea. Fortunately, she had been proficient in this art since she was young. She took the tea leaves and brewed them skillfully and elegantly. It was a sight to behold. The room was quickly filled with the alluring aroma of tea. He Yunxiang did not stop what she was doing. She said, "Is this the cloudy mountain spirit, Misty?" Lu Huaishuang said, "First master has a good eye." He Yunxiang smiled. "It's just that this tea is too famous. How could I have such a good eye? Today, thanks to master, I can taste one of the top 3 teas in the territory." Yang Kai smiled but did not say anything. Lu Huaishuang could not help but feel discouraged. The Lu family had paid a great price to obtain this tea, and there were less than 3 taels of it. Normally, they would not take it out to drink, but today, it did not have the desired effect. However, on second thought, if this master really came from that place, then the top 3 teas in the territory of planet Wuji would not be worthy of his attention. She immediately collected her thoughts and focused on brewing the tea. After a short while, the tea was ready. Lu Huaishuang scooped out a cup and respectfully pushed it in front of Yang Kai. She said, "Master, please enjoy." Yang Kai nodded and did not stand on ceremony. He picked up the cup and took a sip, savoring the taste in his mouth for a moment before drinking it in one gulp. He said, "Not bad." It was indeed good to have such a spirit tea in the territory of planet Wuji. Lu Huaishuang finally smiled after being praised. "You sit too." Yang Kai turned to He Yunxiang. Her hair was already combed, but He Yunxiang did not sit immediately. Instead, she stood to the side. "Yes." He Yunxiang smiled and sat down. She was natural and unrestrained. After 3 rounds of tea, Yang Kai suddenly said, "I have something to ask you." The 2 women put down their teacups at the same time and sat up straight. "Is there any connection between planet Wuji's territory and the territory of other planets?" The 2 women shook their heads. Yang Kai's heart sank to the bottom of the valley, but he still refused to give up and asked, "You really don't have any?" He believed that these 2 women would not lie to him, but the answer he received disappointed him. Lu Huaishuang said, "As far as I know, there is no such thing." He Yunxiang, however, sent some other information and asked carefully, "Master, you want to go to another territory?" Yang Kai said, "Yes." He Yunxiang said curiously, "Then why did Master not go to the territory of planet Wuji's ancestral territory but come here?" Yang Kai looked at her in shock. "What is ancestral territory?" He Yunxiang blinked. "Master, didn't you come from ancestral territory?" "Never heard of it." Lu Huaishuang also opened her mouth wide. She and He Yunxiang looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. How is this possible? If he didn't come from ancestral territory, how could he have such powerful cultivation and strength? They had always thought that Yang Kai came from ancestral territory, but who would have thought that this conjecture was wrong? The 2 women were a little confused. If he didn't come from ancestral territory, why would he be rejected by the heavenly way? How could he kill an origin king so easily? "May I ask where Master is from?" He Yunxiang looked at Yang Kai in a daze. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment, but still said, "Star boundary." "Star boundary?" The 2 women were confused again. This time, it was Yang Kai's turn to be surprised. "You haven't heard of it?" He Yunxiang and Lu Huaishuang shook their heads together. Suddenly, they felt a little funny. The other side knew nothing about what they were talking about. It was quite incongruous. I think you don't have an entrance to the star boundary on your side." Yang Kai thought of a possibility. Many star territories were completely closed off, and not every cultivator in the territory of a star could enter the star boundary. The territory of Limitless Star was probably such a case. "We haven't heard of the star boundary, but people in Limitless Star's territory can enter ancestral territory," Lu Huaishuang explained. "What is ancestral territory?" Hearing them talk about ancestral territory, Yang Kai was also curious. Ancestral territory is the ancestral territory of all star territories. How could He Yunxiang let go of this opportunity to add points in front of Yang Kai? Before Lu Huaishuang could speak, she took the initiative to explain, "The Great Thousand World has thousands of world planes and countless star territory. But Master, have you ever thought about how these star territories were born?" "I never thought about it." He Yunxiang pursed her lips and smiled. With a wave of her hand, the spirit energy in front of her surged, and a wash basin-sized ball suddenly appeared in front of her. She pointed at the ball of spirit energy and said, "This is ancestral territory. It is the place where heaven and earth were first born." Yang Kai nodded and signaled for her to continue her explanation. He Yunxiang waved her hand, and some spirit energy suddenly separated from the ball and slowly extended it. As she did so, she explained, "No one knows what happened in the ancient flowing time, Great Emperor, but at the beginning of heaven and earth, another plane was born by chance, and this plane is a star territory." As she waved her hand, the spirit energy separated from the ball of spirit energy gradually turned into a fist-sized spirit energy ball and attached itself to the first spirit energy ball. She waved her hand again, and another spirit energy ball appeared, then a second one, a third one. In the blink of an eye, countless spirit energy balls floated in the air. They were of different sizes, and their brightness varied. Some were close to the first spirit energy ball, while others were far away. From time to time, some spirit energy balls would shatter, while others would be born at the same time. But no matter which spirit energy ball it was, none of them could be compared to the first one. Yang Kai's eyes suddenly opened up, and he said in surprise, "There is such a wonderful idea? If so, then how was the astral boundary born? What was the astral boundary's position in this wonderful idea?" He Yunxiang said, "Although many star territories are not connected to each other, any star territory is inextricably linked to the ancestral territory. I heard that some star territories are closely connected to the ancestral territory. When a cultivator in the star territory reaches a certain level of strength, they can go to the ancestral territory to pursue more profound martial arts." Lu Huaishuang added, "So we all thought Master came from the ancestral territory." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I have never been there, so I have never heard of the ancestral territory." After a pause, he said, "Then what about the limitless territory? Can you go to the ancestral territory?" If that was the case, he may have a chance to return to the Hung Luo star field. He only needed to use the ancestral territory as a springboard. According to He Yunxiang, the ancestral territory was inextricably linked to any star territory, including the Hung Luo star field. "It is possible." He Yunxiang smiled bitterly, "but we don't know where the entrance is. For so many years, no one from the limitless star territory has entered the ancestral territory?"
Yes.
Lu Huaishuang nodded solemnly. Those who could enter the ancestral territory were the top masters, and only those people were qualified to survive in the ancestral territory. Although the two of them were origin kings, they were not the top and did not have any connections. The masters who entered the ancestral territory have never returned. So, everyone guessed that it was impossible to return to the star territory from the ancestral territory. Perhaps this was possible, but Yang Kai felt that it was more likely that it was because of the rejection of the heavenly way, or that after experiencing greater strength, those people's eyes were no longer on the lower star territory. Just like himself, if possible, he would not go to the star territory casually. If he had the time, he would rather stay in the star boundary to improve his cultivation. Chapter 3089. Master, you want to go to the ancestral territory? He Yunxiang asked. Yes. Do you have any ideas? Yang Kai looked at them expectantly. Lu Huaishuang smiled bitterly. Although the Lu family is not bad on Chaoyang planet, we are nothing in the entire planet territory. I don't know anything about the ancestral territory. He felt a little vexed. If he could help Lu Xian in this matter, the Lu clan would definitely be rewarded greatly. The opportunity was right in front of him, but he couldn't seize it. He Yunxiang rolled her eyes. Although I don't know how to get to the ancestral territory, I think someone should know. Who? Yang Kai's expression changed. Lu Huaishuang also reacted. She turned to He Yunxiang and asked, "Are you referring to the Yin family?" He Yunxiang pursed her lips and smiled. 500 years ago, an ancestor of the Yin family left Tai planet and went to the ancestral territory. It was a hot topic then. Although no one knows if the ancestor of the Yin family successfully entered the ancestral territory, the Yin family is the most knowledgeable about it in the Wuji territory. Master, if you want to go to the ancestral territory, it would be best to start with the Yin family. The Yin family? Lu Huaishuang's eyes flashed with fear. They are not to be trifled with. What is the background of the Yin family? Yang Kai asked. Knowing that he was not from the Wuji territory, and was not familiar with the distribution of power in the territory, the two ladies explained carefully. In the Wuji star zone, the Yin family was the surname of a family. It was also synonymous with the gathering of experts. Not only did the Yin family possess a cultivation star like the Tai star, but they also possessed 4 or 5 other cultivation stars. None of them were inferior to the rising sun star. The Tai star was much better than the rising sun star. If the cultivation stars were to be categorized, the Chaoyang planet would be considered as the middle level, and Tai planet would be the top level. The Chaoyang planet could not be compared to the Chaoyang planet in terms of spiritual energy and resources. One could imagine how terrifying the Yin family's foundation was after occupying so many cultivation stars. In the territory of Limitless Star, the Yin family could be said to be the overlord of the overlords. They had as many as 4 or 5 third-order origin kings. Among them, the current patriarch of the Yin family, Yin Luo, had the reputation of being the strongest person in the territory of Limitless Star. A galactic pirate gang like the Wild Wind Gang would commit all kinds of crimes, such as burning, killing, and looting. However, if they encountered a battleship of the Yin family in the territory of the Star Sector, they would never dare to do anything. After listening to their explanation, Yang Kai had some understanding of the Yin family and was satisfied. If that was the case, perhaps he could start from the Yin family and find out the method and route to the ancestral territory. When the two ladies saw how calm Yang Kai was and how he was not affected by the Yin family's power, they felt that he was even more unfathomable. He Yunxiang was overjoyed in her heart. She felt that giving up her self-esteem and face to hug this thick thigh was really not a bad deal. If she could go to the ancestral territory with him, what harm was there in being willing to attach herself to his leg hair? Her expression changed as she pursed her lips and smiled. What a coincidence! Little sister Shuang, isn't your destination this time the Tai star? Yang Kai asked, is it on the way? Lu Huaishuang nodded. We are going to the Tai star to exchange some supplies. If Master doesn't mind, how about we go together? The rising sun star was very far from the Tai star. Even an Origin King grade battleship would take a full 3 months to reach there. Naturally, there would be many differences between the two stars. Every 35 years, the Lu family would bring a batch of specialties from the rising sun star and then go to other cultivation stars to exchange for the specialties of those stars. The destination of this trip was the Tai star. All right. Yang Kai naturally had no reason to refuse. Although he was from the Emperor realm, in the territory of a lower star, there were many inconveniences. He always felt that his strength was suppressed in his body and could not be used. Even the slightest use of his strength would cause the heavenly way to reject him. Since it was on the way, he was naturally happy to hitch a ride. After confirming the destination, Yang Kai asked about some things in the territory of the infinite star. The two ladies naturally explained to him enthusiastically. He Yunxiang's intention to join him was obvious and did not hide it at all. 2 hours later, Yang Kai said he was tired. Lu Huaishuang got up and said goodbye. Before leaving, she hesitantly asked Yang Kai how to deal with the He family's Origin King grade battleship. Yang Kai waved his hand. It's yours. How could he put an Origin King grade battleship in his eyes? He Yunxiang's brow rose as she couldn't help feeling that this sir was truly generous, gifting her an Origin King grade starship. However, thinking about it carefully, standing at such a height, Yang Kai's view of things was completely different from hers. What she saw as a treasure was probably nothing more than a pile of garbage in front of him. Lu Huaishuang thanked Yang Kai profusely and said that she would exchange crystal stones of equal value for the battleship, but after being refused by Yang Kai, she left. It was not that Yang Kai was pretending to be generous, but the crystal stones in the territory of this lower star were of no use to him. He still had piles of high-rank source crystals in his space ring, and if he took out any one of them, it would likely lead to a bloodbath in this star's territory. Lu Huaishuang said goodbye and left, but before leaving, she glanced at He Yunxiang meaningfully. The latter pretended not to see and shamelessly stayed behind. After the door closed, a single man and woman were left alone. Does Master have any other instructions? If you need anything, just call this mistress. The room was not hot, but He Yunxiang's cheeks were rosy. Her pair of peach blossom eyes were watery, and when she spoke, She pursed her red lips. If other men saw this, they would probably be captivated by her beauty in an instant and would be infatuated with her soul. The meaning behind her words was clear as day. Facing the young man in front of her, she could only rely on her own beauty, and coincidentally, she was very confident in her looks. Yang Kai was a man, and a young and vigorous one at that. In such an environment, with such a beautiful woman, it was natural for him to be tempted by such a suggestion. But after cultivating for so long, he did not lack self-control. After so many years of wandering, his horizons had been broadened and he had seen all kinds of beauties. So how could he be tempted by a trivial He Yunxiang? Looking at her, he smiled and asked, "Is it worth it?" "What? You haven't lost your primordial yin, so you're still a virgin, right?" He Yunxiang's face turned red. If her blushing cheeks were a little bit intentional, then at this moment, she really revealed her true feelings. She lowered her head and bit her red lips. When she looked up again, she said firmly, "As long as Master can take me to a higher level of martial arts, it's worth it." Yang Kai shook his head. "I won't make a deal with this kind of thing." Since the topic had been pointed out, He Yunxiang did not hide it and said leisurely, "In a woman's life, she has to find a man she can entrust her life to. Looking at the whole territory of Wuji Star, the one who can enter my eyes has not been born yet." The young man's figure was reflected in her watery eyes. Not only had he entered her eyes, but she could not pull them away. It was not love at first sight, but she knew that if she really wanted to find a man to entrust her life to, then this person in front of her was the best choice. The opportunity was in front of her, and if she did not seize it, it would soon slip through her fingers. She did not want to think about the past when her life was about to end and regret her hesitation today. "You're so sure that I can give you a wider world?" He Yunxiang brushed her hair behind her ear and smiled. "Although I don't know what kind of power Master has, a woman's sixth sense will not be wrong." "You're too confident. I'm going to the Yin family this time." "I know." He Yunxiang looked at him curiously, not knowing why he brought this up. "I'm going to the Yin family to find out how to enter the ancestral territory. What do you think the Yin family will do to me?" He Yunxiang was stunned. She had not thought about this before, but thinking about Yang Kai's question, she immediately thought of many things. The way to enter the ancestral territory had always been a secret. Although there were many rumors in the territory of Wuji Star that many experts from different eras had successfully entered the ancestral territory, no one knew where and how they entered. This method had always been in the hands of the most powerful forces. Since it was a secret, naturally, they would not be willing to disclose it to outsiders. Yang Kai's journey would definitely not be smooth. There was a high chance that he would have some conflict with the Yin family. Tai Star was the headquarters of the Yin family. It was the place where the entire upper echelon of the Yin family gathered. Anyone who had a conflict with the Yin family there would suffer losses. This young man in front of her was extremely powerful. Even if he could not defeat him, it would not be a problem for him to escape unscathed. However, she was just a second-order origin king. If she was too close to him, how could she not be targeted by the Yin family? At that time, she would not be able to escape. She was also a meticulous person. Thinking about it, she understood a lot of things. The determination on her face disappeared and was replaced by hesitation. Previously, she felt that it would be good to rely on a big tree like Yang Kai. But now, it seemed that her thinking was too simple. "You can leave." Yang Kai waved his hand. He Yunxiang did not move. Suddenly, she gritted her teeth and knelt on one knee like she did when they first met. She said in a deep voice, "Master, please allow me to follow you and serve you faithfully." Yang Kai said curiously, "I thought I made it clear to you." The trace of hesitation on her face just now was real. Why did she change her mind in the blink of an eye? Was it because a woman's heart changed too quickly, or was it because he was too straightforward? He Yunxiang lowered her head. Her chest was wide open, but she didn't do it on purpose. It was just that this posture would inevitably expose her body. She said firmly, "In life, there will always be opportunities, but those that can be grasped are called opportunities. It is also possible to grasp a fatal poison needle. Master must have gambled many times in his life. Then, this mistress begs Master to give me a chance to gamble." You will regret it. The path is chosen by oneself. Once you have made a decision, you will not regret it. Yang Kai stared at her deeply. He Yunxiang did not move. Just as she said, in the martial Tao, any decision made in front of one opportunity after another was a gamble. Some people gambled and rose to the sky in a single bound. Some gambled and lost and fell into the abyss. She was also a gambler. If she did not dare to gamble, how could she cultivate? Although she was a woman, she had been mixed in with a group of rough men all year round. She lacked the hesitation of a woman and had the decisiveness of a man. She wanted to gamble. She wanted to take advantage of the situation and soar to the sky. Chapter 3090. If Master questions my loyalty, this mistress is willing to offer up her soul brand and become your slave without complaint. Yang Kai chuckled, not out of mockery, but out of admiration for this woman's courage and boldness. The first master of the fierce wind tribe really had some ability. If she was just a pretty vase, she would have been eaten up by others long ago. Since she was not a vase, perhaps she could be of use. He was completely unfamiliar with the territory of Limitless Star, so if he had a native to guide him, it should save him a lot of trouble. Moreover, he was now in the territory of this lower star plane with his extremely high cultivation. Although he had the ability to turn the world upside down, he did not dare to use it at will, lest he be rejected by the heavenly way again. Having a lackey was not a bad thing. In particular, this lackey was very pleasing to the eye. It was much better than having a man following him around. Hearing him laugh, He Yunxiang looked up at him, her delicate and beautiful face full of expectation. There is no need for you to become my slave, and I don't need your soul brand either. Master, He Yunxiang was a little anxious. She had already said so much. Could it be that he still could not be moved? Did she really have to take the initiative to take off her clothes and serve him? Although she was mentally prepared to give herself to him, she still could not do such a thing. Since you want to follow me, you need to prove your worth. If you want to work for me, your cultivation is still a bit low. He Yunxiang was startled, but immediately her beautiful eyes flashed with joy. Master, you mean, did he agree? This should be a yes, right? She had never been so worried about personal gains and losses as she was now. A beautiful picture seemed to be slowly unfolding in front of her, showing her a new world. Then, let's raise your cultivation first. He Yunxiang said excitedly, yes, this mistress will cultivate now. I will definitely live up to Master's expectations. Although she said so, with her current strength, how difficult would it be to break through to the next realm? She had been stuck in the second-order Origin King realm for hundreds of years, and if there was a chance for her to break through, she would have done so long ago. How could ordinary meditation achieve that? However, since Yang Kai said that her cultivation was not high enough, she naturally had to hurry up and cultivate. Regardless of whether she could break through or not, she had to show this attitude. Open your mouth, Yang Kai shouted. He Yunxiang was stunned for a moment, but she immediately opened her mouth. Before she could react, she felt something enter her mouth and slide down her throat to her lower abdomen. She couldn't even taste it. In the next moment, He Yunxiang's expression changed greatly because she suddenly felt a burning sensation in her lower abdomen. It was as if there was a flame burning inside, wanting to burn her from the inside out. What is this? Was it a medicinal pill? What kind of pill could have such a terrifying effect? She knew that Yang Kai must have given her some incredible pills, so she couldn't care less about her shock and horror. Quickly changing her posture, she sat cross-legged on the ground, closed her eyes, and formed a few seals with her hands, circulating her secret art. Yang Kai sat to the side and ignored her, picking up the spirit tea on the table and taking a sip. Inside the room, a strong wind was blowing, and all kinds of decorations were rustling in the wind. The water in the bathing pool was rippling, overflowing the pool. Uncontrollable bursts of energy raged in the room, turning it into a mess, as if a peerless master had fought a life-or-death battle here. Yang Kai sat motionless, not bothering to resist these bursts of energy, allowing them to strike his body. He Yunxiang's face flushed red as she moaned with difficulty. Her whole body was soaked in sweat, and her clothes stuck to her skin, outlining her seductive figure. The aura of a second-order origin king rose steadily and soon reached its peak. It didn't take long, only a cup of tea's time. Her aura, which had been maintained at a certain level, suddenly soared to a new height. At the same time, an invisible aura, with He Yunxiang as the center, suddenly spread out in all directions, stirring up the already messy room even more. Fortunately, this room was Lu Huaishuang's boudoir and was protected by various powerful spirit arrays. Otherwise, it would have attracted the attention of the Lu family. A long moan rang out as He Yunxiang's whole face flushed red, as if she had applied a layer of rouge. Her tender body tensed up as her inner thighs trembled. Slightly opening her eyes, a blurred light flashed, as if she had climbed to the top of the clouds. Her entire body stiffened for a long time before she suddenly gasped for air. Her towering breasts rose and fell violently. Swinging in a soul-stirring arc, Yang Kai broke out in cold sweat. He was just about to break through, but now she was in such a state. He simply didn't know what to say about her. Drenched in sweat, He Yunxiang finally regained her strength and inexplicably felt her body become lighter, as if she had thrown away some kind of burden. Her mind was clear and her body was light. Third-order origin king realm. She had just casually broken through to the third-order origin king realm. She almost thought that she was dreaming, but when she turned her head and looked to the side, she saw a pair of eyes full of ridicule. Only then did she realize that this was real. She was also a third-order origin king, standing at the top of the food chain in star territory. The bottleneck that had been stuck in front of her for hundreds of years had suddenly been broken before she even knew what had happened. What kind of spirit pill was that? It actually had such a miraculous effect. Looking at Yang Kai, her eyes were filled with gratitude and respect. Regardless of whether she would encounter any dangers by his side in the future, or whether she would perish, just the reward at this moment showed that she had made the right choice. If she hadn't insisted on following him, how could such a good thing have fallen into her lap? If she had really cultivated on her own, she didn't know if she would have had any hope of breaking through to the third-order origin king realm in this lifetime. The man in front of her could use a single spirit pill to push her cultivation to the third order, so it was not impossible for him to take her to even higher heights. Standing up, He Yunxiang was about to thank him when a foul smell suddenly poured into her nostrils. Frowning, He Yunxiang examined herself and suddenly felt extremely embarrassed. The surface of his body was sticky, and his exposed arms were covered with a layer of black mud-like substance. It was as if he had just rolled out of a quagmire. After this embarrassment, she was shocked. She naturally knew what was going on because she had encountered it before and had seen many others experience it. This was something that would only happen when one had just started cultivating and their strength was not high enough. Marrow cleansing and meridian's rebirth. The black mud covering the surface of her body was obviously the impurities that had been discharged from her body. She was just a second-order origin king, but when she broke through to the third order, her marrow and meridians had been cleansed and reborn. This surprise was far greater than the joy of her breakthrough. Breaking through was just a simple increase in strength, but this marrow cleansing and meridians cleansing had fundamentally improved one's cultivation aptitude. She found that she had greatly underestimated the effects of that unknown spirit pill. No wonder she felt her body become lighter, her physique becoming purer. How could she not feel light? Full of surprise, she felt that there was no one in this world who was luckier than her. "Master, please forgive my rudeness," He Yunxiang said. Then, with a sway of her delicate body, she fell into the bathtub at the side. While she was in midair, her clothes had already been quickly taken off, revealing her curvaceous figure. But, when she fell into the water, she was as light as a feather, without the slightest splash. After submerging in the water for a moment, she suddenly jumped out. The filth on her body had already disappeared, and her skin was as white as snow, as if it could be broken by the wind. The clear water of the bathtub flowed down her cheeks, as if it was the most exquisite porcelain in the world. As it passed over her plump breasts, it suddenly slowed down, then sped up again as it reached its peak, passing over her flat belly. He Yunxiang reached out to wipe the water off her face, then climbed to the side of the bathtub. She crossed her arms and rested her chin on them as she looked up at Yang Kai. She did not hide anything. Although she was a little embarrassed, she was still natural and unrestrained. Since she had already submitted to this master, she believed that she would be eaten up sooner or later, so what was the harm in taking a look? Moreover, after what happened just now, she actually hoped that she would be eaten up sooner. If she could become his woman, would he not treat her well? She had a request, but she definitely did not have any evil intentions or tricks. Yang Kai did not avoid it. Why should he reject an opportunity that was delivered to his doorstep? He was a man, so why should he be afraid of her? He walked slowly to the side of the bathtub and sat down, then said, "Tell me about your cultivation method." He Yunxiang's expression changed as she vaguely realized something. She suppressed the excitement in her heart and explained the essence of her cultivation method in detail. Her cultivation method was quite good even in the territory of the infinite star. Even if it was not the best, it was still a first-class secret art. However, others may covet her secret art, but how could this person in front of her have it? She explained in detail while Yang Kai listened attentively, interjecting from time to ask a few questions. Then Yang Kai asked her to take out her artifact to have a look, already having a plan in mind. Half an hour later, Yunxiang dressed up neatly and stood in front of Yang Kai again. After undergoing marrow cleansing and vein cleansing, she seemed to be much more beautiful than before. Standing there, she was an extremely attractive scenery. She could not help but feel a little disappointed. The charming atmosphere just now had not been able to arouse this man, however. The more this kind of man was, the more worthy it was to entrust him to her, right? She felt more and more that she had made the right bet this time. My generation pursues the martial Tao tirelessly, so it is inevitable that there will be fights. When encountering an enemy, the strength of one's cultivation will determine victory or defeat, but artifacts and secret arts are also indispensable. Although your secret art is good, it is still slightly inferior. Here is a set of secret arts that should suit you. Take it and study it. Yang Kai flipped his hand and took out a jade slip and handed it to her. Yunxiang suppressed the excitement in her heart and bowed deeply. "Many thanks for Master's reward. This artifact is also for you. Refine it carefully. There may be a place on Tai Star where you will need to contribute." Another ribbon-like artifact was handed to Yunxiang. This ribbon was 7-colored, brilliant, and beautiful. Yunxiang fell in love with it at first sight. She had always disguised herself as a man, so all the artifacts she used were in the style of men. She had never used a feminine artifact before, so this ribbon undoubtedly satisfied one of her long-standing expectations. Chapter 3091. Yunxiang didn't have the time to investigate this secret art for the time being, but she believed that since it came from this master in front of her, it wouldn't be bad. At the very least, it would be better than what she had cultivated before. However, the quality of the ribbon artifact in front of him was clear at a glance. She reached out and stroked the ribbon, feeling the aura fluctuations coming from it. A look of excitement appeared on her face as she said with infinite fascination, "Master is really above the Origin King realm." Although the cultivator in the lower star territory was certain that there was a higher realm above the Origin King realm, they didn't know what kind of mysteries this realm held, or what kind of height it was. They didn't even know the name of this realm. Above the Origin King realm was what they called this realm. The ribbon artifact in her hand was definitely above the Origin King grade. Someone who could give away such an artifact must be above the Origin King realm. It's called the Tao Source Realm. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Tao Source Realm? Yunxiang looked up at him excitedly. This was the first time she knew the name of the realm above the Origin King realm. It was as if a new door had opened in front of her, showing her a whole new world. Only after you convert all the Saint Qi in your body into Source Qi will you be qualified to break through to the Tao Source Realm. Work hard. There is still a long way to go. What you need to do for now is to stabilize your cultivation. Yunxiang suppressed the excitement and yearning in her heart and said respectfully, "Yes? Go. Inform me when we are close to Tai Star. Don't disturb me at other times." Yunxiang bowed and left, holding the ribbon in front of her chest, as if she was holding the most important thing in her life. Outside the door, she didn't look for a secret room to enter seclusion, but sat cross-legged at the door, assuming the posture of a guard. Not long after, Lu Huaishuang came to find her. She had gone to deal with the He family's starship before, so she sent some of the Lu family's people to take the He family's starship back to Yangyang Star. The He family's patriarch was dead, and hundreds of elites were killed. This news had to be sent back as soon as possible so that the Lu family could prepare. This way, when she returned to Yangyang Star again, she could directly attack the He family. She believed that the He family would not be able to stir up any more waves. Once again, she saw He Yunxiang outside the room. Lu Huaishuang casually glanced at her, then stared at her in a daze. They had only been apart for less than 2 hours, but she felt that the leader of the fierce wind gang had changed a lot. She seemed to have become more charming and enchanting. As a woman, she couldn't help but feel a little moved when she saw her. Immediately afterwards, he was taken aback. You. How did you reach the Third Order Origin King realm? Having just broken through, He Yunxiang could not conceal her aura at all, so her Third Order Origin King cultivation was clearly visible. 2 hours ago, she was just a Second Order cultivator. He Yunxiang smiled without saying anything. It wasn't that she didn't want to reveal her secrets, but Yang Kai's methods were indeed unimaginable. She couldn't guarantee that Lu Huaishuang wouldn't have any devious thoughts after hearing about it. If this woman also wanted to rely on the master, wouldn't she have another competitor in the future? How could the leader of the fierce wind gang do something that would only bring trouble to himself? But even if she didn't say it, how could Lu Huaishuang not guess? Shocked, she asked, "It's him?" He Yunxiang smiled and said, "Master is in retreat, so I also need to meditate. If little sister has nothing else to do, please go back. Master said to inform me when we arrive at Tai Star." Lu Huaishuang's expression fluctuated for a while before she gently nodded. "I know. Congratulations." Seeing He Yunxiang again, the huge changes in her body gave her an unimaginable shock. Was relying on a master really such a huge benefit? Then what was the point of her perseverance all these years? The burden of the Lu family was too heavy, and the pressure on her shoulders made it difficult to breathe. Should she also find a master to rely on? The person in the room was the best choice. If he could accept He Yunxiang, it didn't mean he couldn't accept her. In terms of appearance, Lu Huaishuang was confident that she wouldn't lose out to anyone. This was a natural advantage of women. No, others walked the path of others, but one's own path was one's own. Vines could only climb higher by attaching themselves to trees, and saplings could also grow into towering trees when exposed to sunlight and rain. Some kind of shackle that had troubled her for many years loosened slightly, causing a subtle change in her aura. Her sparkling eyes became firm, and she put down something deep in her heart. Smiling slightly, she said, "I know. I'll come and inform you when the time comes. We are not on the same path. You have your way of survival, and I have my way of becoming stronger. The path of the sun may not be easy, but it will lead to the same destination. When we meet again in the future, I hope you won't be surprised." The black warship started moving again, its speed increasing from slow to fast, gradually leaving the range of the Death Star and heading towards the endless territory of the Death Star. After so many years, Yang Kai slowed down for the first time. On the path of martial arts, he had always been running hard, not daring to slack off in the slightest. What spurred him on was threats from all sides and his own desire for power. Suddenly coming to a stop, he found that the path of life was not limited to the one under his feet, and the scenery around him was also very extraordinary. Hiding in the side room, from time to time, he would enter the small sealed world to chat with Lu Yan's embodiment and the others, or boil a pot of tea in his room and read an ancient book for several days, leisurely and carefree. The path of cultivation had its limits. Excellent archers would lower the string of their bows when they were not using them to ensure the longevity of their bows. There was beauty in a book, and there was a house of gold in a book. These were just poor scholars' self-hypnosis and self-comforting. But it was undeniable that reading books could really elevate a person's spirit. He suddenly put down the ancient book in his hand, thought seriously for a long time, and suddenly realized, so it was because I was in too much of a hurry. His cultivation had always maintained an extremely amazing speed, and his repeated breakthroughs were enough to break the imagination of ordinary people. But since reaching the Emperor realm in the Shattered Star Sea, he had been stuck at this level, unable to break through. He used to think that it was because his opportunity had not come yet, so he could not break through. But now, he understood that the so-called opportunity had not come yet, and it was just a problem with his mentality. All this time, he had been too impatient, eager to break through to the First-Order Emperor realm and explore the mysteries of the Second-Order Emperor realm. Haste was no speed. His overly impatient mentality had created an extra barrier and shackle at the peak of the First-Order Emperor realm. Even though he had some insights before and intended to let nature take its course, in the environment of the star boundary, intentionally or unintentionally, he still wanted to increase his strength. So how could he let nature take its course? Naturally, he could not break through. But after coming here, not only did he not dare to use his strength at will, but he also sealed most of his cultivation and could not cultivate. With his mind open, he suddenly realized where the problem was. This situation was somewhat similar to the darkness under the light. The problem had always been in front of him, but he did not notice it because his eyes had not been paying attention to the ground beneath his feet. After this trip, whether he could return to the Hongluo star field or not, with this enlightenment, it was worth the trip. He believed that when he returned to the star boundary, there might be a different surprise. He continued to pick up the book and read it seriously, leisurely like an old man in his later years. **do. There was a knock on the door. Come in. Yang Kai did not even raise his head. He Yunxiang pushed the door open and entered. A delicate fragrance seemed to roll up, making the entire room fragrant and charming. Master, we're almost at Tai Star. She remembered Yang Kai's previous instructions. When Lu Huaishuang sent someone to inform her, she immediately reported the news to Yang Kai. Yang Kai responded casually, his eyes still fixed on the ancient book in his hand. What kind of secret book is this? Yunxiang couldn't help but be a little curious. The lord in front of her was able to casually take out an extremely profound cultivation method and give it to her. It could be seen that he had a deep foundation. How could something that could make him look at with such interest be lacking? It was not good to peek at others, especially when peeking at such a strong master. It was very likely that it would provoke him. If that was the case, then all her previous efforts would be in vain. But a woman's curiosity was like this. The more she suppressed it, the more it would rebound. Yunxiang could still keep her head down at first because the master did not guard against her, but that did not mean that she could casually investigate his secrets. But after waiting for a while, she really could not hold back and looked up at the ancient book. 3 big words appeared in front of her eyes, and Yunxiang could not help but twitch. Qingshanji. What kind of bullshit ancient book was this? *Pa. Yang Kai closed the Qingshanji, then stood up and swept past Yunxiang in a few steps. He called out, "Let's go." Yunxiang followed behind him step by step. Only by hiding your aura can you be considered stable. You still need to work hard. A voice came from the front. Yunxiang nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice and said meekly, "What master said is right." The time was too short. Only half a month had passed, and it was indeed not enough time for her to stabilize her realm. Although it was better now than it was half a month ago, the aura of a third-order origin king was still very obvious. Anyone with a little bit of insight would be able to see it. How is the refinement of that artifact going? Although there is some progress, I can't use it freely yet. That ribbon was a Dao Source-grade low-rank artifact. Yang Kai did not know where he had obtained it. Too many cultivators had died at his hands over the years, so naturally, their belongings had become Yang Kai's spoils of war. With Yunxiang's newly promoted third-order origin king cultivation, refining a Dao Source-grade artifact was a little difficult, even if it was a low-rank one. What about the secret art? Reading it. If there is anything you do not understand, just ask me. Thank you, Master. There are indeed many things that are difficult to understand. Yunxiang did not refuse. If she wanted to follow Yang Kai, she had to ensure that she was useful, and this value depended on her strength. Chapter 3092. Lady Lu, I will take my leave now. The starship docked in the star field about half a day's journey away from Tai Star. The hatch opened and Yang Kai cupped his fists to Lu Huaishuang. Master, I wish you a safe journey. Farewell, Master. Lu Huaishuang bowed gracefully, and the group of Lu family elites behind her also cupped their fists to see him off. They didn't ask him to stay, nor did they say goodbye. Lu Huaishuang knew that Yang Kai chose to part ways with her here because he didn't want to implicate the Lu family. Tai Star was the Yin family's headquarters, and its forces were deeply entrenched on Tai Star. Yang Kai's departure would definitely result in some kind of conflict with the Yin family. If they investigated, they would definitely find out that he had come with the Lu family, which would inevitably implicate the Lu family. Yang Kai knew this, and so did Lu Huaishuang. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. If it weren't for her family, she would have been very happy to send Yang Kai off. However, with such a big family behind her, Lu Huaishuang had to consider many things. She felt a little grateful in her heart. This master was very thoughtful and considerate. If he had insisted on traveling with the Lu family, Lu Huaishuang definitely wouldn't have been able to refuse. However, he chose to disembark from the starship some distance away from Tai Star, cutting off all ties with the Lu family. After this farewell, she didn't know if she would have a chance to see him again in the future. She hoped that they would meet again, and at that time, she would stand in front of him with a stronger cultivation. Yang Kai turned his head and motioned to He Yunxiang. He Yunxiang immediately summoned her star shuttle and stood side by side with Yang Kai before turning into a stream of light and rushing towards Tai Star territory. Star shuttles were a very common flight-type artifact in Tai Star territory. Yang Kai also had one when he was in Hung Luo Starfield, but it was replaced after entering the star boundary. He Yunxiang's star shuttle was an Origin King-grade artifact, so its speed wasn't slow, but it still took almost 14 hours to reach the periphery of Tai Star. The gigantic azure sphere was like an eye within the territory of Wu Jin Star, emitting a mesmerizing radiance. There was a layer of misty aura surrounding the sphere, as if it was shrouded in a layer of fog. However, Yang Kai knew that it was the spiritual energy of Tai Star. Sure enough, it was the headquarters of the Yin family. This Tai Star was one of the best cultivation stars Yang Kai had ever seen. Looking at the entire Hung Luo star field, perhaps only Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's main star, Water Moon Star, could compare to it. Master, are we going directly to the Yin family? He Yunxiang asked while controlling her star shuttle. Yang Kai stood behind her. He obviously did not use any strength, but his body was as steady as a mountain. No matter how fast He Yunxiang moved, he did not waver at all. It was as if his feet were rooted to the ground. Let's go straight for the enemy. Okay. He Yunxiang nodded. The strong confidence in Yang Kai's words had infected her. An Origin King was enough to dominate the entire star territory. Why would they be afraid of a mere Yin family? If the Yin family was tactful, they would cooperate and hand over the method to enter the ancestral territory. However, if they were not, He Yunxiang could already imagine what kind of blow this overlord of Wu Ji Star's territory would face. Although they had not been together for a long time, and she did not even know Yang Kai's specific character, He Yunxiang could feel that the master she had sought refuge with was relatively easy to talk to. He was not the kind of person who liked to bully the weak. This was the demeanor of a strong person. Those who liked to crush others with their strength and force others to submit were usually not confident in themselves. The best way to communicate with a person like the master was to be honest. Who knows, she might even be able to get something in return. Hopefully, the Yin family was tactful. He Yunxiang had been to Tai Star several times. After all, it was the best cultivation star in the entire star territory. Although she was the leader of Gale Force and was notorious for being beaten, no one knew her true appearance. As long as she returned to her original appearance, she would be able to enter Tai Star safely. Therefore, she was very familiar with the route this time. She flew around Tai Star in the opposite direction for a while before heading downwards. After dashing through the clouds, the scenery on the ground immediately came into view. The location seems to be a little off. He Yunxiang observed the surroundings and felt a little embarrassed. It's okay. After flying in the sky for another 4 hours, a huge city finally came into view. That's the foundation of the Yin family. When they arrived in front of the city, they landed and walked forward. Any city of a certain scale would not allow cultivator to fly in. This was because it was inconvenient to manage. Only a few special people had the right to do so. Yang Kai was used to this, so he did not think much of it. The city walls were towering, at least 300 feet tall. The city gate below was wide open. A ferocious and terrifying head hung above the city gate like a ferocious ghost. Its eyes emitted a scarlet light, and its huge mouth was the entrance to the city gate. The cultivator that entered the city was swallowed into the stomach of this ferocious ghost and disappeared without a trace. Every time a cultivator passed by, the ferocious ghost's scarlet eyes would flicker as if it was investigating something. There were many cultivator queues in front of the gate, waiting to enter the city. He Yunxiang asked for Yang Kai's opinion and waited at the back of the queue with him. After a cup of tea, they entered the city gate. Yang Kai suddenly felt a wave of energy sweeping across his body. It was similar to the scanning of divine sense, but completely different. He immediately understood that this energy was the secret skill of the ferocious ghost statue's eyes. It did not have any ill intentions. It was just a record. At this time, it was already late at night, but the entire city was bubbling with excitement, as if it was a living creature. Thousands of lights were lit up in the city, and even the narrowest alley was illuminated by the light in all directions. There was an endless stream of cultivator passing by, shoulder to shoulder. The streets were all over the place and crisscrossed with shops on both sides. It was extremely prosperous. The shops were of different shapes and sizes. Some of them were filled with the atmosphere of a foreign territory. It was too much for the eyes to take in. There were also tall buildings that were dozens of stories high. They were like pillars that supported the sky in this bustling city. In the center of the city, there was a pair of peaks that towered into the clouds. The left and right sides were extremely symmetrical, as if they were carved out from a template. Yang Kai raised his head and saw that from top to bottom of the twin peaks, there were many terraced buildings. The lights on that side were especially bright. There were also groups of palaces, which were grand and extraordinary. That is where the Yin family lives. Other than those who are sent out, most of the Yin family's experts live there. He Yunxiang pointed at the twin peaks and explained. Then, she asked, Master, are we going now, or I'm just asking for directions? Let's go now, Yang Kai said. My lord, please follow me, He Yunxiang said as she led the way. The two went straight to the twin peaks. Although the city was big, He Yunxiang was a third-order origin king. Her speed was naturally not slow. Although Yang Kai did not use any strength, he was still able to move like the wind. After an hour, they arrived at the twin peaks. Outsiders, please stop. This is the residence of the Yin family. There was a guard at the foot of the peak. The guard's cultivation was not bad. He was a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, only one step away from the origin king realm. Such a cultivation would be considered a master in the star territory, but in the Yin family's headquarters, he was only a gatekeeper. It was clear how strong the Yin family's heritage was. Although his words were polite, his demeanor was extremely arrogant as he swept his eyes over Yang Kai, revealing a trace of disdain. He did not feel any power fluctuations from Yang Kai and thought that he was just an ordinary person. However, He Yunxiang's third-order origin king aura startled him. Although he could not judge He Yunxiang's true cultivation, he knew that she was an origin king. Coupled with He Yunxiang's extraordinary appearance and mature demeanor, Yang Kai immediately became interested. It was rare to see an origin king realm master with such stunning beauty. In the outside world, a cultivator like him would never dare to look at an origin king at will. But where was this place? This was the Yin family, and he was also a member of the Yin family. So, even if his cultivation was inferior, his eyes wandered over He Yunxiang's beautiful body for a while. He couldn't help sighing in admiration in his heart. If he could have sex with this woman, even if he died, it would be worth it. There were also several Yin family guards nearby. At this moment, they all cast their eyes over and were amazed. He Yunxiang's face sank. She was now a third-order origin king, standing at the peak of the star territory. So what if he was a member of the Yin family? The weak should show respect to the strong. If she had come alone, she would probably have to endure this matter. But now, she was branded as a member of the Yang Kai. Every move she made represented the face of the Yang Kai. How could she allow a few servants to act so presumptuously? The aura of a third-order origin king burst out, causing the Yin family disciple who had been sizing her up to turn pale. He stumbled back a dozen steps and almost fell on his butt. He clutched his chest with a look of lingering fear on his face. At that moment, he felt like he was going to die. This was the pressure of an Origin King. And it was not an ordinary Origin King. It was at least a second-order Origin King. His face changed. He could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger. Even if he was a disciple of the Yin family, the other party's cultivation was not ordinary. The Yin family would not offend an Origin King for such a trivial matter. Putting away his arrogance, he cupped his fists with a dignified face. "May I ask for Madam's name? Why are you here?" He was completely different from his previous arrogant self. He Yunxiang said, requesting an audience with the patriarch of the Yin family. "I hope you can inform him on my behalf." Requesting an audience with the patriarch? The man was taken aback. He shook his head. "I'm afraid this matter is a little difficult." The patriarch of the Yin family was the true overlord of the Star Territory. How could he be met by just anyone? The woman in front of him was indeed an Origin King, but the Origin King realm was also divided into levels. "I only request an audience with the patriarch of the Yin family. Please make it convenient." The man shook his head again. "It's not inconvenient, it's just—" After a pause, he asked, "Does Madam know the patriarch?" If she was an old acquaintance, then there would be no problem. He would be happy to inform the patriarch. Maybe this charming woman was the patriarch's old lover outside. "I've heard a lot about you, but I've never had the honor of meeting you." Come on, help me." As he Yunxiang spoke, a space ring had already been silently flicked over. Chapter 3093. Money could make the devil turn millstones. This was a principle that could work anywhere. As the Wild Wind tribe's great mistress, He Yunxiang naturally had a lot of wealth on her. The guard took the space ring and scanned it with his divine sense. He immediately raised his brow. "Sigh. Since Madam is so persistent, I will go up and pass on the message. As for whether he will see you or not," He Yunxiang smiled, "just pass on the message." There was no reason to make things difficult for a servant. The man turned around and left, rushing up the mountain at an extremely fast speed. "Madam, please take a seat." Perhaps knowing that they had a share of the good things in that space ring, the remaining guards' attitude towards He Yunxiang was much better. One of them even took out a chair and placed it in front of her. He Yunxiang thanked them for their kindness, but shook her head and refused with a smile. How could she dare to sit in front of Yang Kai? Not long after, the guard who went up the mountain hurried down and came to He Yunxiang. "Madam, the patriarch is in retreat. I'm afraid he will disappoint you." Changing the topic, he smiled and said, "However, the second elder on duty is willing to see you." Second elder? Elder Yin Qing? He Yunxiang was clearly familiar with the few elders of the Yin family. Yes. Although He Yunxiang's visit was a bit presumptuous, she was still an Origin King, and definitely a second-order Origin King at that. What's more, she was a stunning beauty. So Yin Qing couldn't refuse after hearing her report and decided to meet her out of curiosity. The Yin family was able to dominate a few cultivation stars not only because of the strength of their own family, but also because they had recruited many experts from other families. If he could take this beautiful lady under his wing, he would be able to add another capable general to the Yin family. "Please come with me." The guard gestured with his hand. He Yunxiang nodded and thanked him. Since things had come to this point, she couldn't force anything. She would make a decision after seeing Yin Qing. The guard couldn't help but frown when he saw Yang Kai step forward. The Yin family's twin peaks weren't a place that just anyone could go up. Although this young man came with the beautiful woman, he looked like an ordinary person who had never cultivated. He definitely wasn't qualified to go up the twin peaks. "He came with me. Please make an exception." He Yunxiang smiled gently. The guard frowned and did not continue to make things difficult for him. He nodded and led the way. The so-called rules were dead, but people were alive. Since he had received benefits, it would not be good for him to get entangled in such a small matter. The three of them meandered up the mountain. There were also many cultivators coming and going on the mountain. Each of them had a high level of cultivation. Many men couldn't help but take a few more glances at He Yunxiang when they saw her. He Yunxiang seemed to be very unaccustomed to this kind of gaze. Along the way, Her eyebrows were knitted together, and there was an indescribable anger in her chest that had nowhere to vent. She used to dress up as a man, killing people and setting fires. When had she ever been surrounded like this? Fortunately, the further up they went, the fewer pedestrians there were. After a cup of tea's time, they arrived in front of a large hall. The guard said, "Madam, please enter. Second elder is waiting for you inside." As he spoke, he glanced over at Yang Kai with some shock. He was a third-order origin returning realm master while his wife was an origin king, so the speed of the two of them was naturally not slow. He had not expected this young man to be able to keep up with them. From beginning to end, there was no trace of him using any strength. What the hell? Yunxiang thanked him again, and then strode into the inner area. The hall was magnificent and richly ornamented. An old man was sitting in a corner of the hall, holding a cup of fragrant tea in his hand and savoring it. Seeing someone enter, he raised his eyes and couldn't help but light up. What a charming woman! After noticing Yunxiang's aura, he couldn't help but be surprised. She's actually a third-order origin king? Just now, the family guard came to report that a beautiful woman had come to see the patriarch. Her cultivation was good, at least a second-order origin king. However, the guard's eyesight wasn't high, and he couldn't see that she was a third-order origin king. Slowly getting up, he greeted her with a smile. A second-order origin king wasn't qualified for him to do so, but a third-order origin king was. He was just a third-order origin king. Yunxiang stepped forward and bowed. "This mistress greets Elder Yinqing." Yinqing returned the courtesy and smiled kindly. "Madam is too polite. May I ask how I should address madam?" Yunxiang reported her name. Yinqing's expression remained unchanged, but a trace of suspicion flashed across his eyes. Yunxiang wasn't one of the famous masters in his mind, especially since the other party was a woman. How many third-order origin kings could there be in the entire territory of the star? Where did this Yunxiang come from? Although he was puzzled, he didn't inquire about the other party's details abruptly. Since she had come to his door, she must have a request, so how could he not know her origins? However, it seemed that this woman had just broken through to the third-order origin king realm and was unable to conceal her aura. Yinqing enthusiastically invited Yunxiang to take a seat. Yang Kai also sat down slowly, causing Yinqing to frown, thinking to himself that this brat really didn't know any etiquette. However, before he could figure out the relationship between Yunxiang and Yang Kai, he couldn't act rashly, so he simply pretended not to see anything. Yinqing clapped her hands, and a servant served tea. After chatting for a while, Yinqing intentionally or unintentionally inquired about Yunxiang's origins, but she cleverly avoided the topic, which made Yinqing a little displeased. After drinking a cup of tea, he got straight to the point. "Madam He, may I ask why you have come to my Yin family?" Yunxiang put away her smile and said solemnly, "This mistress came uninvited because she has a request. I hope Elder Yinqing can forgive me." Yinqing chuckled. "Madam He, please tell me. My Yin family has some influence in the territory of the star, so if there is anything I can help with, I will not refuse." Anyone could say polite words, and if it was really a small favor, he would help casually. Letting the other party owe the Yin family a favor was not a bad thing, and it might even be possible to recruit her. Elder Yinqing is too modest. In the entire territory of the star, I'm afraid only the Yin family can help this mistress. Madam, he overestimates my Yin family. Yinqing laughed, but he was alarmed. From her tone, it seemed like this mistress' request was not a small matter. If that was really the case, he had to consider it carefully. "I would like to make a trip to the ancestral territory," Yunxiang said. Yinqing's laughter stopped abruptly, as if someone had grabbed his throat. The smile on his face slowly disappeared, and he looked at Yunxiang. "Do you know what you were saying?" Yunxiang smiled bitterly. "If it wasn't difficult, I wouldn't have specially asked for your help. I know that in the entire territory of the star, if there is anyone who knows how to enter the ancestral territory, it would be the Yin family. I hope Elder Yinqing can grant me my wish." Yinqing said with a cold face, "I don't know where you heard this from, but no one in the Yin family knows how to enter the ancestral territory." He was furious. She did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, and she had no relationship with the Yin family. Furthermore, this was the first time they met. But she had this idea. Was this woman crazy? The method to enter the ancestral territory was a secret in the entire Yin family, and only the most powerful people knew a thing or two. 500 years ago, your old ancestor. Before she could finish, Yin Qing flicked his long sleeve and stood up. Madam, please go back. This old master won't see you out. There was nothing to say to her. If this woman wanted to ask for something else, no matter how difficult it was, they could sit down and discuss it. However, the method to enter the ancestral territory must not be leaked. If it weren't for the fact that He Yunxiang was a third-order origin king, Yin Qing would have already taught her a lesson. He Yunxiang's expression did not change. Obviously, she had expected this situation. After hesitating for a moment, she said, "Since this mistress has a request, there will definitely be a reward." Yin Qing smiled proudly. "What does my Yin family not have? What can Madam give my Yin family?" What is this?" His eyes widened as he stared blankly at the spirit pill in He Yunxiang's hand. The spirit pill was the size of a longan fruit. It was crystal clear, white, and flawless, and looked like a pearl of excellent quality. However, the pill fragrance it exuded was something Yin Qing had never smelled before. When he smelled it, the Saint Qi in his body shook. He was shocked. He was a third-order origin king and the second elder of the Yin family. What kind of spirit pill had he not seen before? What kind of spirit pill had he not eaten before? However, the spirit pill in front of him was something he had never seen or heard of before. He could tell at a glance that this spirit pill was of extremely high grade. In his knowledge, there was no other spirit pill in the world that could be compared to it. He Yunxiang pursed her lips and smiled. "I wonder if this mistress will be satisfied with this as a reward, Elder Yin Qing?" Yin Qing's expression changed. He instinctively felt that the spirit pill in He Yunxiang's hand would be of great help to him. Even though he had a good temperament, he could not help but swallow his saliva. His eyes were fixed on the spirit pill, as if he was looking at a naked beauty who was stroking her hair coquettishly. There were not many things in this world that could arouse his greed. Whatever he wanted, the Yin family had it all. However, at this moment, he was eager to know what kind of changes would happen to him after taking this spirit pill. "What kind of spirit pill is this?" Yin Qing asked again. The arrogance on his face had long disappeared. This thing, the Yin family really did not have it. "This pill is called the source condensing pill." Yin Qing thought about it seriously and shook his head. "I have never heard of it." He Yunxiang smiled slightly. "The great thousand world is full of wonders. Elder Yin Qing may be experienced and knowledgeable, but there are always some things that you have not seen before. This thing was made by Yang Kai, so how could Yin Qing have seen it before?" He Yunxiang was now a third-order origin king, and the next step was to break through to the Dao source realm. The source condensing pill was an essential spirit pill that could help her transform the Saint Qi in her body into source Qi. Yang Kai had given her a few bottles on the way here as a backup. Taking out one at this moment, it really had the desired effect. "What effect does it have?" Yin Qing asked curiously. He Yunxiang showed an awkward look, as if she did not know what to say. Seeing this, Yin Qing became even more anxious and quickly said, "In that case, please go back, Madam He." He knew that He Yunxiang would not leave so easily. Sure enough, when He Yunxiang heard this, the hesitation on her face disappeared and she spat out 4 words, "Above the origin king realm." Yin Qing's body trembled as a terrifying light burst out of his eyes. Chapter 3094. Taking this spirit pill will allow one to reach the origin king realm and above? Yin Qing's throat was a little dry. This was something he had not encountered in many years. He Yunxiang said, "There is only a chance. This spirit pill is just an external object. The foundation is still in one's body." There was one more thing she did not say. Taking this spirit pill would indeed give one a chance to reach the origin king realm and above, but the premise was that one would need to take a lot of them over a long period of time. A single source condensing pill could not have much effect. The transformation of Saint Qi in an origin king realm cultivator was an extremely long process. "How do I know if Madam is telling the truth?" Yin Qing frowned. He had lived for so many years and was used to seeing storms and waves. After the initial shock, his mind had calmed down and he could not help feeling suspicious. If this so-called source-condensing pill really had such a miraculous effect, why didn't this woman take it herself? Why did she have to take it out to tempt him? Wasn't she afraid that he would eat her up until not even her bones were left? I have something to ask of the Yin family. What good is there in lying to you? He Yunxiang said solemnly. Yin Qing shook his head and said, empty words are useless. If that is the case, this old master would like to examine this spirit pill personally. He Yunxiang smiled lightly, sure. A white light flashed in front of Yin Qing as he grabbed the source-condensing pill in disbelief. Is there something wrong with this woman? If this spirit pill is so precious, why is she giving it to me so easily? Madam, aren't you afraid this old master will take this spirit pill for himself? Yin Qing asked. The elder council? He Yunxiang asked in surprise, like a little girl who did not know much about the world. If you want to take it for yourself, you need to have the ability. No. Yin Qing shook his head. The world was bustling with activity. Everyone came and went for benefits. What would they not do in the face of such huge benefits? He just could not understand where this woman's confidence came from. No matter how he looked at it, there was something wrong with her head. He Yunxiang pursed her lips and smiled. If you take this spirit pill, can you exchange it for information leading to the ancestral territory? Yin Qing sighed lightly. Enough. But the premise is that this spirit pill really has the effect you say. Madam, please wait a moment. This old master needs to find someone to examine it. Elder Yin Qing, please do as you please. He Yunxiang gestured with her hand. This matter was of great importance, so Yin Qing didn't dare dally. She hurriedly turned around and entered the inner hall, and it didn't take long for her to vanish. He Yunxiang turned to look at Yang Kai and whispered, the fish has taken the bait. Yang Kai nodded calmly. He Yunxiang said, actually, with master's ability, you can easily make the Yin family hand over the method to enter the ancestral territory. Why do you have to go through so much trouble? The source-congealing pill was just a bait, and this place was the Yin family's headquarters. An outsider with no background taking out such a pill was equivalent to inviting the Yin family to snatch it away. He was just trying to use his power to suppress them. Wouldn't it be better to just take action? It would save them a lot of trouble. This was the fierce wind's way of doing things. They would snatch whatever they wanted. As the leader of the fierce wind, He Yunxiang had fully implemented this philosophy. Yang Kai said, I have my own plans. In fact, he was a little embarrassed. It wasn't nice to bully the weak. With his cultivation in the Emperor realm, bullying a group of origin kings and origin-returning realm cultivators felt like a master robbing a child. But if this child was a disobedient brat, then he would need to discipline her. At the peak of Twin Peaks, in a secret room, the Yin family's patriarch, Yin Luo, pinched the source-congealing pill as his expression changed. Yin Qing stood to the side, licking his dry lips from time to time. After a long time, he asked, Patriarch, does this spirit pill really have such a miraculous effect? Yin Luo pondered for a while and shook his head. I can't tell. Let's wait for the grandmasters to come and take a look. Even the patriarch couldn't tell. Yin Qing wasn't shocked but happy. He felt more and more that this source-congealing pill was amazing. Not long after, a few people filed in. Regardless of their cultivation, these people exuded a strong pill fragrance. Obviously, they were people who dealt with herbs and pills all year round. These people were naturally alchemists. These people were the most outstanding alchemists in the Yin family. All of them were Origin King-grade alchemists. After entering the secret room and seeing Yin Luo and Yin Qing, the leading black-robed old man said, Patriarch, why did you summon us here so urgently? Take a look at this spirit pill. Yin Luo handed over the spirit pill in his hand. The black-robed old man took it and the others also cast their gazes over. Their initial indifference disappeared in an instant. All of them widened their eyes and exclaimed, This? What kind of spirit pill is this? Let me see, quickly. Don't snatch it. The group of respected alchemist grandmasters instantly lost their demeanor and looked like country bumpkins who had never seen the world. The shock in their eyes was about to overflow. After a while, the leading black-robed old man looked at Yin Luo excitedly. Patriarch, may I ask where this spirit pill came from? Can you tell what grade it is? Yin Luo didn't answer the question. I can't tell, but with our methods, it's absolutely impossible to refine such a spirit pill. The other alchemist grandmasters nodded in agreement. This spirit pill had exceeded their knowledge and experience. Forget about refining it, they couldn't even distinguish its composition. The answer was obvious. This source-condensing pill had suddenly appeared, and even Third-Order Origin King Realm Masters and Origin King Great Alchemists were unable to distinguish it. The only possibility was that this spirit pill was above the Origin King realm. The black-robed old man still wanted to ask something, but Yin Luo waved his hand and said, "Withdraw." Even though the several alchemy grandmasters were reluctant, they didn't dare to disobey and simply bowed before leaving, their eyes filled with reluctance as they stared at the spirit pill. After they left, Yin Luo said lightly, "You just said that the woman named He Yunxiang gave this spirit pill to you casually?" "Yes. It seems she has more than one spirit pill in her hands." Yin Luo suddenly laughed. Yin Qing saw this and immediately understood what he was thinking. How could he not have such thoughts in his heart? Both sides had the same idea, so he hesitated for a moment before asking, "But if she can take out such a thing casually, how could she be easy to deal with? What if behind her? The possibility is not high. Also, don't forget where you are." Yin Luo glanced at him lightly. Yin Qing was startled for a moment before nodding, "I understand." Turning around, he walked out of the secret room. A woman with no background, even if she was killed or captured on Twin Peaks, no one would know, right? "It's begun, Master." Inside the hall, He Yunxiang looked at Yang Kai with a smile as the sound of something breaking through the air rang out in her ears. A powerful aura, like a giant dragon waking up from its slumber, quickly surrounded the hall. A person stepped out of the inner hall with a solemn expression. It was Yin Qing, who had left not long ago. He Yunxiang asked, "Elder Yin Qing, what was the result of the appraisal?" Yin Qing shouted, "Bold woman, you actually dared to use a fake spirit pill to deceive my Yin family. You must have eaten a bear's heart or leopard's gall." He Yunxiang was shocked. "Elder Yin Qing, what are you talking about? What fake spirit pill?" Yin Qing snorted coldly. "Although this old master does not know where you found it, that spirit pill has been verified by several Origin King Great Alchemists of my Yin family. It is useless. You want to exchange it for the secrets of my Yin family? Do you think my Yin family is easy to bully?" He Yunxiang was terrified. Her face turned pale. How could it be a fake spirit pill? That is a spirit pill that is useful for breaking through to the Origin King realm. How would I dare to deceive the Yin family? She found it funny and understood why Yang Kai had to go through so much trouble before. Even the Yin family had to find a reason to deal with her. This was probably what they meant by having a good reason. How could it compare to Wild Wind, who could kill and rob as he pleased? It seemed that it would take some time for her to adapt to the outside world. Could it be that the inside of my Yin family's Origin King Great Alchemists is not as good as yours? Yin Qing snorted coldly. He Yunxiang sighed. "In that case, please return the spirit pill to me, Elder Yin Qing. Just pretend that I did not make that suggestion before." Yin Qing sneered. "You still want that spirit pill? This old master threw it away long ago." He Yunxiang's eyes turned red. "How could your Yin family be like this? That is a very precious spirit pill. It's fine if you don't know its value, but why did you throw it away?" She was full of grievance and helplessness, which made people feel pity for her. Is this woman really stupid, or is she pretending to be stupid? Yin Qing was a little confused. Could it be that she has been hiding somewhere to cultivate and only came out recently? Otherwise, how could she be so ignorant of the world with her cultivation? That's right, that must be it. Otherwise, how could I not have heard of a third-order Origin King? Maybe she obtained some incredible inheritance and has been cultivating in seclusion somewhere. Yin Qing's heart shook when he thought of this. The last trace of worry he had disappeared. Forget it, forget it. It's just a spiritual pill. Since the Yin clan is so unreasonable, I will take my leave. He Yunxiang stood up and wiped the corners of her eyes. She was extremely sad. "Is my Yin family a place where you can come and go as you please?" Yin Qing shouted. He Yunxiang panicked. "Then what do you want?" "You deceived my Yin family and tried to steal our secrets. If I let you go, where will my Yin family's face go? Madam He, stay here obediently. He Yunxiang took a few steps back and said in shock, You want to detain me? Since they had already shed all pretenses, Yin Qing no longer hid anything and said in a deep voice, Madam He, if I were you, I would definitely surrender. Madam is weak and seems to have just broken through. If you fight with this old master, it won't be good if you hurt yourself. He was full of confidence that he could take down He Yunxiang. In comparison, he was a veteran third-order origin king. How could He Yunxiang compare to him? The various deployments outside were just a precaution. He Yunxiang scolded, You are despicable and shameless. How can the Yin family have someone like you? I asked to see the patriarch and ask him to uphold justice for me. Yin Qing sneered, The patriarch will not see you. He Yunxiang opened her mouth and was about to say something, but Yang Kai suddenly stood up. When he moved, He Yunxiang immediately shut her mouth. Yin Qing glanced at her coldly and frowned slightly. He then raised his hand and swept it towards Yang Kai. His movements were relaxed, as if he was driving away mosquitoes. Chapter 3095. With a bang, the violent wave of energy hit Yang Kai's chest. Yin Qing looked straight ahead, not even sparing him a glance. Even though this blow just now was nothing more than a casual blow, his foundation as a third-order origin king was still there. How could a young man without any trace of world energy suffer a good end when struck by such an attack? It would be a stroke of luck for him to be crushed to pieces. It would be more likely for him to be reduced to dust. Suddenly, Yin Qing shuddered and turned his head in disbelief, only to see the young man casually stretch out his hand and pat the spot on his chest where he had been hit before grinning and walking towards him. What the hell? Yin Qing almost thought he was seeing things. How could he be fine? Releasing his divine sense in disbelief, Yin Qing carefully examined Yang Kai's body and confirmed that there was no trace of cultivation on him at all. This guy was no different from an ordinary person. Frowning, Yin Qing sent out another palm strike. This time, he had used 30% of his strength in an attempt to probe his opponent. The young man walking towards him did not dodge and simply allowed the violent attack to hit his chest, his figure not swaying at all, as if a light breeze had just brushed past his face. Yin Qing was shocked. How could he not know that he had been mistaken? Being able to resist two of his palms without using any strength, could this person be, You're a body refinement master? In this world, there was a group of extremely rare existences who did not cultivate their meridians and only cultivated their physique. It was rumored that they could reach the peak of the martial Tao and achieve sainthood. However, no one could prove this because this path was as narrow as a sheep's intestines when compared to the general cultivation. It had been countless years since anyone had focused on cultivating the body. Only in the distant ancient times were there records of such a path. Could He Yunxiang be relying on this person? Yin Qing could not help thinking to himself. If this person was really a body refinement master, then he would not be easy to deal with because body refinement masters only cultivated their physique. Their vitality was extremely tenacious and difficult to kill. On top of that, although this path was filled with thorns and extremely difficult to tread, once one achieved something, the strength they could display was terrifying. Under the same realm, almost no one could rival them. When he sent out his third palm strike, Yin Qing no longer held back. He wanted to see just how far this body refinement master had grown. A whistling sound rang out as the power in his palm condensed into a vortex, releasing a shocking aura as he sent out a palm strike. Boom! Energy surged, and the hall seemed to be turned upside down. At a speed visible to the naked eye, a blue palm print slammed into Yang Kai's chest. Yin Qing's eyes widened. She wished she could gouge her eyes out and place them on the young man's body. The outcome caused him to be both shocked and astounded. A full-force strike was actually unable to shake the young man in the slightest, and it was even to the extent that the young man's clothes weren't creased at all. He was definitely no match for him. In the blink of an eye, another person appeared in front of him. The young man, who was originally more than 100 feet away, suddenly appeared in front of him as if he could teleport. Tut! Yin Qing's reaction was quick as well. She opened her mouth and yelled. A green light suddenly burst out of her mouth and shot towards Yang Kai's defenseless eyes. It was a 3-inch long needle, an Origin King-grade high-rank artifact that was invisible and impossible to guard against. Long needles were rare and difficult to refine, but they were usually extremely powerful. It was also one of Yin Qing's most powerful trump cards. However, this most powerful trump card did not give Yin Qing the slightest sense of security. After this blow, Yin Qing's figure retreated in an attempt to increase the distance between him and the young man. Yin Qing's figure suddenly stiffened as a big hand covered his neck, squeezing him so tightly that he couldn't breathe. The moment he was squeezed, Yin Qing went limp like a dead dog, unable to circulate his Saint Qi any longer. With a tinkling sound, the long needle artifact fell to the ground. Yin Qing was shocked beyond words. He saw that the young man in front of him had broken his trump card with just a blow of air. How is this possible? How is this possible? Am I dreaming? Ha 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 ha. With a loud crash, the doors and windows of the hall shattered and a dozen people rushed in. The movements inside naturally could not escape the perception of the masters outside, so as soon as they noticed signs of a fight, they immediately rushed in, each of them exuding an Origin King aura. The one leading them was an old man with white hair and a hale and hearty spirit. He was a third-order Origin King, and his aura was even stronger than Yin Qing's. He was the Yin family's great elder, Yinan. The long sword in his hand swayed and suddenly straightened. Tens of thousands of sword qi converged into a single point and stabbed towards Yang Kai's back. Murderous intent surged, as if there was no one around. His sword Dao cultivation was displayed vividly at this moment, making everyone who saw it gasp in amazement and become intoxicated, as if they had been drawn into the world of endless sword cultivators. Asterisk Qi. Asterisk the long sword pierced through Yin An's back without encountering any obstruction and came out from his chest. Success. The feeling from the long sword in his hand let Yin An know that his sword did not stab empty air. It was a unique feeling that came from stabbing into flesh. The smell of fresh blood permeated the air, and the many Yin family Origin Kings who followed and showed joy on their faces. He Yunxiang exclaimed. She never expected that Yang Kai, who was crowned as an invincible existence in her eyes, would not even be able to withstand the sword of the Yin family's great elder. When Yin An broke through the door earlier, she also saw it, but she had full confidence in Yang Kai, so she did not stop him at all. She just stood aside and watched the show with a smile on her face. Then, she saw a scene that she could not believe. What happened? Impossible. Yang Kai showed absolute strength to deal with second elder Yin Qing and directly crushed him. How could he be pierced by great elder Yin An's sword? Even if his back is facing Yin An, he shouldn't have made such a low-level mistake. You overestimate yourself. Yin An coldly snorted. The long sword in his hand suddenly released an extremely cold aura and froze Yang Kai's back. A layer of frost quickly spread out from the wound. Great elder, UPU? Yin Qing's panicked voice came out. When he opened his mouth to speak, he seemed to spit out blood. Yin Qing raised his head and looked at him, only to see a strange smile on his face. He frowned. What is second elder doing? Why is he smiling at me like that? Just as he was in doubt, the familiar face facing him suddenly warped and transformed into the appearance of an unfamiliar young man. What? Yin An turned pale with fright. If the person facing him was that young man, then who was the one that he had pierced through with his sword? He didn't dare to think about it anymore. His forehead was drenched in cold sweat. When he looked over, he was instantly scared out of his wits. Familiar figure, familiar clothes, familiar height and hair. Who else could it be if not second elder? What's going on? What's going on? I was clearly attacking that young man and I had already succeeded. Why did the outcome turn out like this? Even though Great Elder's cultivation was extraordinary and he had a calm temperament, he couldn't help but feel a little flustered at this moment. Illusion. He Yunxiang's beautiful eyes lit up and she immediately felt relieved. I knew it. How could this master be so easy to deal with? It turned out that at that moment, everyone in the hall had been affected by a profound illusion technique and had mistaken Yang Kai and second elder Yin Qing for someone else. There was no trace of them, but they had been able to make so many Origin Kings fall into an illusion unable to extricate themselves. Such ability was truly terrifying. In Yang Kai's left eye, the golden light converged and the surging spiritual energy calmed down as he clicked his tongue. Great Elder is really ruthless. I really don't know what kind of enmity there is between Great Elder and Second Elder. Could it be that he made you wear a green hat? Or perhaps he killed your mother? Great Elder actually took advantage of this moment to take revenge for a private grudge. This young master has no choice but to give you 4 words. Well done. Men like us should be quick to repay kindness and enmity, quick and direct. Great Elder is truly a role model for us. You. Yinan was furious and reached out to pull out his sword. Poo. Yin Qing coughed up another mouthful of blood, but was easily avoided by Yang Kai. His face was pale and bloodless. If he didn't know Great Elder well, he would have thought he had some kind of grudge against him and was taking this opportunity to retaliate. Stabbing me with your sword is one thing, but why did you suddenly pull it out? Yin Qing knew that this was Yin An's profound cold chi, which was extremely overbearing and vicious. I'll kill you. Yin An was furious, his hair and beard flying wildly as he raised his sword and thrust it towards Yang Kai. Because of this young man before him, his lifelong reputation had been destroyed in a single day, and the crime of harming a brother of the same clan wasn't light. After today, his reputation would surely plummet. How would he have the face and qualifications to assume the position of Grand Elder? He would likely have to retire and live in seclusion for the rest of his life. Facing the angry blow of Yin An, a veteran third-order origin king, Yang Kai just smiled lightly and stretched out his hand. Zheng. A clear and melodious sound lingered in the air. Yin An's anger was instantly extinguished, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head, leaving behind only fear and shock. Taking a closer look, Yang Kai saw that the young man was holding Yin Qing's neck with one hand, while his other hand was holding her artifact sword firmly between his fingers. It was as if what he was holding was not an Origin King-grade artifact that had killed countless enemies, but rather a fallen leaf. Yin An's heart shook violently as he could not hide the shock in his eyes. Hurriedly pouring his cultivation into his sword, he did not retreat, but instead thrust forward again. Yang Kai's eyes were full of sarcasm as he flicked the sword lightly with his finger, causing it to emit a clear cry. The sword almost flew out of Yin An's hand as he struggled to hold on to the hilt and not let go, but the momentum of the sword was already out of his control and it flew straight to the side. Chi. With a soft sound, the sword pierced through Yin Qing's chest and into his heart. Ugh! Yin Qing's eyes widened in an instant. She let out a weak exhale from her throat. She struggled to move her eyes and fixed her gaze on Yinan. She opened her mouth and used all her strength to spit out a few words. Fuck your mother. His head slumped, and he died completely. Everyone was dumbfounded. Yinan almost lost his ability to think, his mind going blank as his lips trembled violently. Chapter 3096. A third-order origin king who stood at the peak of Star Territory, the second elder of the Yin family, had died just like that. He had died at the hands of his own people. Such a result was unacceptable to everyone. If Yin Qing had been killed by Yang Kai, it would have been fine, but from the beginning to the end, Yang Kai had only been holding his neck and had not killed him. It was Great Elder Yin An's 2 swords that took his life. Was it because Great Elder's skills were inferior and he was used? Of course not. This young man was simply too terrifying. With just a wave of his hand, he had toyed with a third-order origin king and used him to kill another third-order origin king. This kind of ability was simply unparalleled in this world. The grace of raising rice must be repaid, and the enmity of the smallest grievance must be repaid. Although he was a little embarrassed, since the Yin family wanted to kill him, he had no choice but to accept it. When a cultivator picked up a sword, he had to be mentally prepared to be stabbed by someone else. Throwing Yin Qing's body aside as if he was throwing a rag sack, Yang Kai stared coldly at Yinan. When their eyes met, Yinan suddenly came back to his senses and his heart trembled. Now was not the time to blame himself and be sentimental. How to deal with the crisis in front of him was the most important thing. He thought that with the Yin family's large lineup, it would be a piece of cake this time. But now, before he could even figure out the details of this young man, his second elder had already died. It could be said to be a heavy loss. If anything happened to him, the Yin family's strength would definitely plummet. He hurriedly retreated, but Yang Kai reached out to grab him. The slow movement was an inescapable move in Yin An's eyes. His hair stood on end as he broke out in cold sweat and shouted, "Patriarch, save me!" Yang Kai grabbed empty air as Yin An silently disappeared in front of him and suddenly reappeared a few dozen meters to the side with a look of lingering fear on his face as he gasped for breath. Yang Kai raised his brow and did not look at Yin An. Instead, he turned his head and looked in a certain direction. Over there, a person had appeared out of nowhere and was quietly floating in the air, looking down at Yin Qing's body with a gloomy face. Yin An was able to escape this calamity not because of his own ability, but because of this person's methods. Just now, Yang Kai actually sensed traces of spatial energy fluctuations. Yin An's disappearance and reappearance were very similar to his own teleportation, but the distance was much shorter. The head of the Yin family? Yang Kai asked. Yin Luo's face was cold as he ignored Yang Kai. It was as if he didn't see him. He looked at Yin Qing for a while before saying, "It's been a long time since someone dared to be so impudent in the Yin family." Although his voice was calm, his heart was burning with rage. A moment of carelessness had actually caused him to lose an elder of his clan, and this loss could be said to be great. "You deserve to die." Yin Luo turned his head abruptly. His face instantly became ferocious as he glared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai grinned. "That depends on whether or not Patriarch Yin has the ability. If he didn't have the ability, he would kill him. Don't think that body tempering is omnipotent. There are many things in this world that you can't imagine. How can a frog at the bottom of a well imagine the beauty of the star field?" Hearing this, Yang Kai thought about it seriously and nodded. "You're right." Yin Luo raised his hand and pointed at him, saying indifferently, "Kill yourself and you'll be able to die quickly. If this king takes action, you won't have such a good life." Yang Kai said, "I came here this time just to ask how to get to the ancestral territory, and I'm even willing to pay. Patriarch Yin, you don't have to be so unreasonable, right? What's the point of fighting and killing for no reason? You won't shed tears until you see the coffin." Yin Luo coldly snorted. How could he be interested in talking to him? He raised his finger and slashed it down. The world buzzed instantly as an indescribable pressure fell from the sky, as if the sky was collapsing. All the Origin King realm masters in the hall, regardless of their cultivation, felt their bodies shrink and they couldn't even raise their heads. Yun Xiang was shocked and her pretty face was filled with horror. She had thought that after breaking through to the Third Order Origin King realm, she would be able to run amok in the ancestral territory. Even if she encountered some existences she couldn't defeat, she could always run away. But now, when Yin Luo took action, she realized she was wrong, very wrong. The power of a single finger was already so terrifying. If she was really targeted by him, she wouldn't even have a chance to escape. How could he be so powerful? Yin Luo's aura was only that of a Third Order Origin King. Even if he had broken through longer than her, he shouldn't be so much stronger than her. At this moment, the pressure that Yama was exerting on her was even more terrifying than Yang Kai's. Just by standing there, it was as if he was the heavens, as if he was the earth. His words were law, and no one could go against his will. The power of the stars. Yang Kai raised his sword-like eyebrows, showing a look of surprise before quickly relaxing. This Yin Luo was a star master, and it seemed that he was the star master of Tai Star. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to mobilize the power of the stars. Tai Star was the headquarters of the Yin family, and as the patriarch of the Yin family, he had refined Tai Star's source, so it was reasonable for him to become its star master. No wonder his tone was so arrogant. So this was the reason. As a star master, he was the master of Tai Star. Yang Kai was also a star master, so he naturally knew how much power a star master could use on their own cultivation star. The reason why Yin An could escape from him was not because of some kind of space divine technique, but because Yin Luo was a star master. Yang Kai's spine sank. But he didn't bend down and instead just looked at Yin Luo in the sky with interest. Even if he didn't use any power, just relying on his physique, it was impossible for a trivial Star Master to make him bow. Yang Kai's physique was incredibly powerful, and now that he was in his dragon transformation, his body was more than 100 meters tall. With his half-dragon bloodline, how could he bow his head to a mere third-order origin king? Yin Luo was surprised. Although he hadn't used his full strength, who could withstand the anger of a Star Master? This little brat's body tempering was actually so strong that he could withstand such pressure. Could it be he had obtained some kind of powerful inheritance? Thinking so, Yin Luo couldn't help feeling excited. The more he fought like this, the greater the benefits he would obtain after killing him. What are you laughing at? Yang Kai asked. This king is laughing at something that should be laughed at. Yang Kai nodded and said, then it seems that I should also laugh. If you can laugh? Yin Luo stretched out his remaining 4 fingers and turned them into a palm, flicked his wrist, and slapped down towards Yang Kai. The world trembled again as everyone who was already bowing fell to their knees. None of them spared. With such a result, it was difficult for everyone to imagine what would happen to Yang Kai. Yunxiang looked at Yang Kai anxiously and was suddenly dumbfounded. She saw Yang Kai stomp his feet on the floor, causing a deep pit to appear beneath his feet. Thousands of pieces of the floor in the hall also flew up at this moment and turned to dust mid-air. With the help of this stomp, Yang Kai rushed up like a meteor. After rushing up 10 meters, Yang Kai's figure paused slightly. Obviously, he had been stopped by the power of Yin Luo's palm, but it was only a momentary pause. In the next moment, the barrier that was enough to shatter any origin king's soul was pierced through like a piece of paper. Yang Kai suddenly appeared in front of Yin Luo and threw a punch at him. Yin Luo was taken aback and the calmness and disdain on his face suddenly disappeared, replaced by a dignified and incredulous look. Is this guy on steroids? I am the Star Master. On Tai Star, I am the master of everything. How could someone be able to achieve this? The void trembled and the universe collapsed as the fist passed through space, leaving a series of black marks in its wake. Yin Luo clearly noticed that the space around him had shattered. In an instant, thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind. But in the end, there was only one way out: hide. Such a punch was certain to kill him. Even if he was the Star Master, he would not be able to resist it. As his figure flashed, Yin Luo had already disappeared. Yang Kai's punch hit the air and the power of his fist burst out, but there was nowhere for it to vent and it dissipated. With a rumble, the hall collapsed and dust flew everywhere. Figures flew out in embarrassment, coughing nonstop. When they looked up, they were all shocked. The Yin family main hall, which had stood on the Twin Peaks for thousands of years, had now turned into ruins. There were broken walls everywhere, as if doomsday had arrived. People were constantly flying out of it, cursing loudly. Under the Twin Peaks, in the lively Yi city, countless people stopped to look over here. They were all full of suspicion, wondering what had happened to the Yin family to cause such a huge commotion. Without the support of his strength, Yang Kai also fell to the ground. Standing on a wooden plank in the ruins, he looked in a certain direction. I wonder if Patriarch Yin can still smile now? How could Yin Luo still smile? His face was extremely pale, so gloomy that a layer of frost could be scraped off. He looked at Yang Kai with trembling eyes, all in disbelief. On Tai Star, there was actually someone who could threaten him. This was something he had never imagined before. He was not the only Star Master in the territory of Tai Star, but everyone recognized that in a Star Master's territory, whether the Star Master's cultivation was second order or third order, they were invincible. Because a Star Master could mobilize the power of a cultivation star source, which was the power of heaven and earth. Who in this world could resist the power of heaven and earth? Something that he had never dared to imagine before had really happened, and it had happened right in front of him. Yin Luo almost thought he was dreaming. After a long silence, he said, "You do have some skill, worthy of being a body refinement cultivator, but if you think you can beat this king, you are gravely mistaken." He was in an invincible position. No matter how strong the young man below was, what could he do if he couldn't touch him? Patriarch Yin, do you still want to be stubborn? Yang Kai looked at him faintly. Yin Luo shouted, you killed my Yin family's elder and destroyed my Yin family's foundation. No matter who you are, my Yin family will not rest until you die. After suffering such a big loss, how could he swallow his anger? The stronger he was, the bigger his temper. If he didn't get back his face today, how could the Yin family establish itself in the territory of Infinite Star in the future? Yang Kai sighed. Patriarch Yan's words just now were correct. Yin Luo looked at him coldly. Yang Kai continued, a frog at the bottom of a well naturally can't imagine the beauty of Star Field. Today, this young master is in a rare mood, so I'll show you garbage. As he spoke, a powerful aura surged from his body. Chapter 3097. From beginning to end, there were no traces of cultivation on Yang Kai's body. All he relied on was the strength of his physical body, so much so that even Yunxiang thought he had a body-tempering background. But at this moment, Yang Kai's body was giving off the aura of Saint Qi. No, it wasn't Saint Qi. This aura was purer and more profound than Saint Qi. What kind of power is this? Yang Kai's aura rose steadily, crossing one hurdle after another, and soon reached the First-Order Origin King realm before stabilizing. Yang Kai shook his head helplessly. He had almost reached his limit. In this damned place, the most he could use was the Origin King realm. If he tried to use any more, it was likely he would be rejected by the world principles. Yin Luo's expression became unprecedentedly solemn. He had thought this brute was nothing more than a muscular brute, nothing to worry about. But the other party had actually been hiding his strength all this time. A powerful body tempering coupled with a First-Order Origin King cultivation. This was going to be difficult. But soon, the worry in Yin Luo's eyes was swept away. Yang Kai was just a First-Order Origin King, not too powerful. As the Star Master of Tai Star, how could Yin Luo be afraid of him? Patriarch Yin, are you ready? Yang Kai looked up at Yin Luo. Staring at him with his dark eyes, Yin Luo's heart clenched as an unimaginable sense of crisis enveloped his body. Suddenly, his vision blurred as a figure appeared in front of him. If it wasn't the young man, who else could it be? C. Yin Luo sucked in a breath of cold air, not even noticing how the other party had arrived in front of him. Instinctively, he pushed his star's source strength and instantly disappeared. In the next moment, he suddenly appeared 100 meters away. Before he could even catch his breath, the young man actually followed him like a shadow and appeared before him again. The two of them were only a foot apart, and the young man's smiling expression caused Yama's hair to stand on end. Schwa schwa schwa. Yin Luo's figure constantly changed position as cold sweat gradually oozed from his forehead, soaking his clothes. He relied on the various conveniences of a Star Master to change his position at will, but this young man was like a maggot to him. No matter what he did, he could not get rid of him. Often, as soon as he stabilized his figure, the young man would arrive, never exceeding a meter in front of him. His trump card became useless in an instant. The experts from the Yin family who were watching from below were dumbfounded. The speed at which the two of them changed their positions in the sky was so fast that it was hard for them to predict their movements. In just a dozen breaths of time, their figures had flickered and moved dozens of times, but they still maintained the same pace. The laws of space, Yama exclaimed. As a Star Lord, he was keener than anyone else to perceive the changes in the power of nature. The young man in front of him was emitting clear waves of the power of space, which was obviously a sign that he had mastered the laws of space. Unlike him, who relied on his identity as a Star Lord, he was able to teleport with his own abilities. At this moment, Yama was completely flustered. He had thought that he was in an invincible position. Who would have thought that his opponent would have such means to deal with him? A fist rapidly enlarged in front of his eyes. Yama wanted to dodge, but he suddenly found that the surrounding space was viscous. The fist was like a mountain pressing down on him, blocking the light in front of him. No matter how he tried to dodge, it was impossible for him to dodge. His chest suddenly felt stuffy. With a bang, blood splattered. Yama fell like a meteor and smashed into the ruins of the Yin family's main hall, kicking up a cloud of dust. He saw stars and felt his nose bridge collapse. When he opened his eyes, the tall figure cast a shadow over him. "Mercy!" Yama shouted in a sorrowful voice, no longer as calm as before. The person in front of him really had the strength and ability to kill him, and it seemed that he hadn't even used his full strength. Yama couldn't imagine what kind of scene it would be if this person burst out with all his strength. Where did this person come from? Is he crazy? If you're so strong, why didn't you just show it earlier? Why did you have to go through so much trouble? Today, the Yin family has been humiliated. Not only was I, the patriarch, beaten to the point where I couldn't even fight back, even a third-order origin king elder was killed. Yin Luo wasn't the only one who had such thoughts. The other experts of the Yin family also had the same thoughts, especially Yin, and he had a bitter taste in his mouth. Yin Qing had died tragically in his hands, and he had hoped that the family head would avenge him. Who would have thought that the invincible family head would beg for mercy in less than 10 minutes? Is the patriarch too cowardly? No. A wise man submits to circumstances. In any case, the Yin family's face had been completely lost today. Fortunately, there were no outsiders here, so this matter wouldn't spread. Otherwise, it would definitely be a huge blow to the Yin family's reputation and prestige. I think we can have a good talk now. Yang Kai looked down at Yama. If Master has any questions, this Yin will tell you everything he knows. Yama squeezed out a smile reluctantly. Halfway up the mountain, in another hall, good fragrant tea was being served. He Yunxiang stood obediently behind Yang Kai like a maidservant. Yama changed his clothes and tidied himself up. He strode out from the back hall and bowed. "Greetings, Master." After that, he winked at Yin and smiled and handed over a box respectfully. "Master, this is your spirit pill." When the box was opened, the source-condensing pill lay quietly inside. He Yunxiang reached out to take it and sneered. Didn't the second elder say that it was lost? A trace of uneasiness flashed across Yin An's face, and he explained, "That's pure nonsense. Yin Qing acted on his own accord and has nothing to do with the Yin family. Please forgive him, Master." The second elder also said that this spirit pill is fake. Impossible. This spirit pill is clear, full, and has a pleasant fragrance. How can it be fake? Although we don't know what kind of spirit pill this is, we know that this spirit pill must be extraordinary. I'm afraid that Yin Qing made up this story to get his hands on this spirit pill. He Yunxiang said seriously, "It's all thanks to Elder Yin and for cleaning up such a black sheep. Otherwise, he would have brought disaster to the Yin family in the future." Yin nodded repeatedly and said, "Yes, yes, it's all thanks to Master's help. Otherwise, how could I have the ability to do that? Master and I were also deceived by that thief and caused many misunderstandings. Please don't take it to heart." He Yunxiang smiled and said, "Master won't take it to heart." "Thank you, Master." Yin Luo said with a pained expression, "I didn't see the right person for what happened today. If Master wants to punish me, I'm willing to accept it." He Yunxiang glanced at Yang Kai and saw that he didn't say anything. She pursed her lips and smiled. The culprit has been killed, so this matter is over. Master Yin and the Great Elder are both sensible people and were also deceived by others. How can you be blamed? Hearing this, Yin Luo and Yin heaved a sigh of relief. He Yunxiang's expression turned serious as she said, "My lord, you came all the way here for just one matter." Yin Luo said seriously, "Master, don't worry. You can leave the matter of going to the ancestral territory to the Yin family. When the time comes, I will personally lead the master there." He Yunxiang was speechless. In the face of absolute power, the matter that was harder than ascending to heaven became so easy. She didn't say anything, and Yin Luo agreed immediately. Moreover, the master of the Yin family would personally lead the way. Who else in the entire star territory could receive such treatment? Yin Luo rubbed his hands and said carefully, "However, I have a presumptuous request. I hope Master can grant it." He Yunxiang's face darkened. "Are you negotiating with the master?" Yin Luo shuddered and said in a panic, "I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. I definitely wouldn't dare. It's definitely not a negotiation. It's just a small request." If Master doesn't agree, is the Yin family not going to tell the master the method to go to the ancestral territory? Absolutely not. Whether master agrees or not, I will fulfill my promise. He Yunxiang glanced at Yang Kai and said, "What's the request? Let's hear it." Yin Luo laughed dryly. "For master, this is just a matter of lifting a finger. It's like this. This yin also wants to go to the ancestral territory, so I would like to ask master to give me a ride." "You also want to go to the ancestral territory?" He Yunxiang asked curiously. "If you want to go ahead. It's not like you don't know the method." Yin Luo's expression turned solemn. "Master, my Yin family does know the method to go to the ancestral territory, but the road is extremely dangerous. Even a third-order origin king like this Yin will end up crushed if he is careless. If not, this Yin Luo would have gone to the ancestral territory long ago. Why would I wait until today? Master's strength is exceedingly high, so you won't put the thorns on the road in your eyes. This Yin just wants to hitch a ride." The road to the ancestral territory is very dangerous? He Yunxiang also heard of this for the first time, so she couldn't help but be a little suspicious. "It depends on luck," Yin Luo said seriously. Luck was something that couldn't be explained clearly. If one was lucky, the road would be smooth, but if one was unlucky, every step would be dangerous. Sometimes, luck was also an important measure of a cultivator's strength. Don't complain about the unfairness of the heavenly way, because the heavenly way was like this. He Yunxiang couldn't make the decision on this matter, so she could only ask for Yang Kai's opinion. Yang Kai didn't care and nodded. "Okay." Yin Luo was overjoyed and bowed to the ground. "Many thanks, master." Yin Qing also cupped his fists and said, "Congratulations, patriarch, for getting what you wanted." Yin Luo smiled. "After I leave, you will be the patriarch of the Yin family. When the time comes, you have to take good care of it." Yin Qing bowed and said, "It's all thanks to patriarch." Yin Luo turned and said, "Master, let's set off in 10 days. What do you think? Of course, if master is in a hurry, 3 days is also fine. But this Yin Luo still has some things to take care of." After stepping down from the position of patriarch, there were naturally many things that needed to be done. 10 days it is. Yang Kai stood up. These few days didn't matter anyway. Yin Luo thanked him profusely and immediately led Yang Kai to rest. The side room was extremely luxurious, and it was decorated with luminous pearls. He Yunxiang said, "Master, the Yin family won't cheat, right?" Yin Luo's respectful behavior made her a little suspicious. Even if he had to submit to a powerful force, he didn't have to be so servile. After all, he was a star master. Chapter 3098. However, he did not understand why Yin Luo wanted to go to the ancestral territory with Yang Kai. If the Yin family really had some tricks up their sleeves, why would they follow Yang Kai? Since we are here, let's just take things as they come. Even if the Yin family was up to something, why would he be afraid? However, he had unsealed a little of his cultivation today. He had to quickly seal it again. He had already sensed that there was some inexplicable hostility between the heavens and earth. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Early in the morning, there was a huge crowd at the foot of the Twin Peaks. Almost all of the important figures in the Yin family had gathered here. On the square, there was a pitch-black battleship anchored there. The news that the master of the Yin family was going to the ancestral territory had spread like wildfire. This was a huge matter for the Yin family. The last time someone from the Yin family went to the ancestral territory was 500 years ago. Furthermore, no one knew if they succeeded. This time, the master of the Yin family suddenly announced that he was going to step down from his position as the master of the Yin family. He was going to follow in the footsteps of his ancestors to explore a more profound martial Tao and a wider world. When the news spread, the entire Yin family was shocked. Thousands of people gathered here to send him off. Only a small number of people in the Yin family knew about what happened 10 days ago. They knew that the master of the Yin family and the great elder were humiliated that day. Even the second elder died an unnatural death. These people were the mainstays of the Yin family. Naturally, they would not spread the news. Therefore, the people of the Yin family who came here basically knew nothing about the conflict 10 days ago. When Yin Luo walked out, everyone looked at him with respect. If they knew that their master of the Yin family was beaten to the point of begging for mercy a few days ago, who knew how they would feel? Although the disciples of the Yin family were puzzled by Yang Kai and He Yunxiang who were walking at the front, they did not know their background. They felt that the attitude of the master of the Yin family and the elders towards the two of them was thought-provoking. Not long later, everyone boarded the battleship. Accompanied by a loud buzzing sound and a strong energy wave, the battleship took off slowly and rushed into the vast star field. Only when the battleship disappeared from their sight did the people of the Yin family leave reluctantly. The former great elder, the current head of the Yin family, Yin Un, hurried back after giving a few instructions. He walked into the secret chamber and saw an eye-catching lantern at first glance. The lantern looked very old. It was unknown when it had been placed there, but it was spotless. There was nothing else in the secret room except for this lantern and a table. On the table, there was an incense burner. Yin An's expression was extremely solemn as he took out an incense stick from his space ring. This incense stick seemed to be specially made, as thick as a thumb and about a foot long. It was unknown what material it was made of, but even before it was lit it exuded a strange fragrance. Yin held the incense stick and recalled Yama's instructions a few days ago. His eyes flashed with determination as he touched his wrist with his finger. Immediately, a wound appeared on his wrist and blood flowed out. He placed the incense stick on the wound, and blood immediately seeped into it, turning it dark red bit by bit. After an entire hour, the incense stick finally changed color completely, and it was completely blood red like a thick and large leech that had drunk its fill of blood, causing it to seem extremely gorgeous. Yin An's face became a little pale, but his spirit became even more excited. He formed a seal with his hand, and his Saint Chi surged. He pointed at the incense stick and shouted, "Burn!" A little light bloomed from the incense stick, as if it was burning, but the fragrance that wafted out was dark red. Yin An did not dare to be negligent. He respectfully held the incense stick and bowed to the lantern a few times before inserting it into the incense burner on the table in front of him. For a moment, it was so quiet that Yin An's breathing could not be heard. The red gas released by the burning incense seemed to be summoned and rushed toward the lantern. As time passed, the quaint lantern also seemed to have some subtle reactions. When the incense stick was burning halfway, a sensational pressure suddenly descended from the sky. At the same time, two lights lit up in the lantern, like two human eyes. Yin An trembled and knelt on the ground, respectfully saying, "Yin An greets the old ancestor." The two lights in the lantern flickered a few times before slowly stabilizing. An old voice suddenly came from the lantern. "Yin An, I haven't seen you for a few hundred years. Are you the head of the Yin family now?" From the meaning of the words, the owner of the old voice obviously knew Yin, an old ancestor. "I am indeed the head of the Yin family now." "What about Yin Luo? I remember when I left. Wasn't it Yin Luo who was in charge of the Yin family? It's only been a few hundred years. Don't tell me he's dead." Yin An hurriedly said, "He's not dead. He's not dead. He has stepped down as the head of the Yin family and set off for the ancestral territory." "He's come to the ancestral territory? It's rare that he's willing to take this step. Congratulations." The old voice revealed a hint of joy. He then changed the topic and said majestically, "However, did you call me here just to tell me this? If it was just this, it would be making a mountain out of a molehill." When he left the territory of the Wuji star, he told them not to disturb him unless it was something important. Yin An bowed again and said sorrowfully, "Old ancestor, the Yin family has suffered a great humiliation. I hope the old ancestor can help us." The aura in the lantern changed. Suddenly, it was filled with killing intent. The old voice said coldly, "Tell me in detail." Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The journey of the Yin family's battleship was extremely smooth. The huge Yin word on the battleship was the best pass. No one dared to have any ideas about the Yin family's battleship. Some space pirates who saw it from afar would only run away. During this month, Yang Kai was still living leisurely. He familiarized himself with many ancient books and history books and gained a lot of knowledge. Yin Luo came to greet him every day and offered him delicacies. Yang Kai didn't reject any of them. However, a few women who were arranged to serve him were sent back. After a month, He Yunxiang knocked on the door and entered. Yang Kai saw that her aura was stable and her face was glowing. He knew that her level of attainment had stabilized. We've arrived? He Yunxiang replied. Yin Luo said we're almost there. Let's go and take a look. Yang Kai was very curious about the method and route to enter the ancestral territory. Although there were similar places in the Hongluo starfield, he might be able to gain something by observing it. The two of them quickly came to the control cabin of the battleship. A group of Yin family disciples were guarding the operating formations. They looked serious and excited. They knew where the destination was and were secretly grateful that Yin Luo chose them. In this way, they would have a chance to experience the ancestral territory before others. When they saw Yang Kai, they quickly bowed. Yin Luo came up and said, "Master, the stars in front have a passage into the ancestral territory." Yang Kai looked in the direction and asked curiously, "A dead star?" It was a dark and gloomy sphere. Even in the star field, it was extremely desolate. There were countless dead stars like this in the territory. Probably no one would think that this was the key to entering the ancestral territory. Yin Luo smiled and said, "If not, why would there be so few people who know the way to enter the ancestral territory?" There was no spiritual energy on the dead stars. Ordinary people would not check it out. Even if they passed by it, they would leave quickly. No one would think that there was a way to enter the ancestral territory. The Yin family is quite lucky. You can even find this. It's luck. Yin Luo smiled and did not explain further. It was indeed a coincidence that the Yin family could find this. Even he did not know how it was discovered and confirmed. When it was passed down to his generation, a lot of information had been lost. "Master, please take a seat. If this trip is successful, we will reach the ancestral territory soon." Yin Luo gestured with his hand. Yang Kai nodded and sat down peacefully. The starship slowly flew towards the dead star and landed in a direction. Soon, it entered a huge canyon. This canyon was deep, like a bottomless pit. When Yang Kai probed with his divine sense, he could not see the bottom. Under Yin Luo's command, the starship went all the way down. Soon, the sun was out of sight. It was as if they were sailing in a crack in the netherworld. The cold aura eroded through the starship, making people shudder. In such a harsh environment, even an Origin King Realm Master would not be able to last long. Only by relying on the starship could they reduce the consumption of energy. After an unknown period of time, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed. His divine sense spread out like a tide. He actually felt a strong fluctuation of space principles in the depths of this canyon. After a brief investigation, he immediately knew that his guess was right. There was a huge void crack below. It was extremely dazzling and was very different from the void corridor he had encountered before. Yin Luo's expression also became extremely serious in an instant. He personally operated several spirit arrays and activated the starship's defenses. Silently, the huge starship sailed into the void crack. It seemed to be swallowed, melted, and soon disappeared. A series of cracking sounds came from all directions. Everyone in the starship changed their expression. He Yunxiang glanced at Yin Luo in surprise. Seeing his expressionless face, she could not help but feel a chill in her heart. Sure enough, one who achieved great things did not care about trifles. The others in the Yin family probably did not know, but she was now a third-order Origin King. How could she not know that this starship would not be able to last long? With the pressure of the terrifying void corridor, this starship would probably fall apart in less than an incense stick worth of time. At that time, besides the 3 Origin Kings in this starship, who would be able to escape misfortune? Even He Yunxiang herself was not sure if she could escape unscathed. She could only pin her hopes on Yang Kai now. Yin Luo must have known in advance that the people of the Yin family would die. But he still took 200 to 300 people from the Yin family and drove this starship in. His purpose was probably to use this starship in exchange for the incense stick worth of safety. It was ridiculous that the people of the Yin family were looking forward to it a month ago. They wanted to see the scenery of their ancestral territory, but they did not know that they had already become Yin An's chess pieces. Moreover, they were the kind of chess pieces that could be discarded at will. Chapter 3099. Inside the cabin, various spirit arrays were flashing wildly. It was a sign that the spirit arrays were operating at their limits. Cracking sounds could be heard coming from all directions. Patriarch, we can't go any deeper. If we go any deeper, I'm afraid. A burly man walked over with a terrified expression. Only now did he understand that this wasn't a lucky trip. He was clearly sending himself to his death. Yin Luo said calmly, "Speed up." The brawny man's face changed. Yin Luo raised his hand and slapped down. The brawny man did not make a sound. His skull caved in, and he fell to the ground softly. His brains flowed out. The surrounding Yin family disciples were silent. "Speed up," Yin Luo shouted again. Without any hesitation, the Yin family disciples started to move. They poured their energy into various spirit arrays. After a slight pause, the starship suddenly accelerated. There was no way out in front. There was only endless colors. The compression from the void was constantly destroying the structure of the starship. Even though this starship was mid-rank Origin King grade, it was still groaning with difficulty. After a while, one of the spirit arrays in the cabin suddenly dimmed. It was because it had completely collapsed. At the same time, a certain part of the starship also fell apart. It seemed that there was a chain reaction. With the damaged part as the center, the damage to the starship expanded rapidly. Pieces of the structure fell apart and collapsed bit by bit. One after another, the spirit arrays stopped operating. The faces of the Yin family disciples were as pale as paper. They raised their heads and looked at Yin Luo, only to see him looking indifferent and calm. He did not seem to care about such a crisis at all. Suddenly, hope surged in their hearts. The patriarch would definitely lead them out of this predicament. They were a group of people who were carefully selected to follow the patriarch in the ancestral territory. How could they die here for no reason? After a stick of incense worth of time, their hope was shattered. With a deafening boom, the battleship exploded with a rumble. The power of the void poured in from all directions. Without the protection of the starship, how could the cultivator who had not reached the Origin King realm survive? Puff, puff, puff. Like bubbles being popped, clouds of blood mist burst in the void one after another, blooming with bright red colors. "Patriarch, save me." Cries for help resounded from all directions, but Yama turned a deaf ear to them. His figure flashed, and a layer of pitch-black armor covered the surface of his body from head to toe. He was like a general galloping on a horse and charging bravely into the enemy's ranks on an ancient battlefield, and he was awe-inspiring. He Yunxiang also summoned her ribbon artifact at the same time. After refining this Dao Source grade low-rank artifact for a period of time, although she still couldn't wield it as she wished, she was finally able to put it to good use. This ribbon artifact was both offensive and defensive, and was extremely rare. On top of that, its grade wasn't too high, so it was perfectly suited for He Yunxiang's current cultivation. The ribbons became larger and wider, wrapping around her body as if she was wearing a new colorful dress out of thin air. She suddenly felt the pressure on her body lighten. She followed closely behind Yang Kai, not daring to leave his side. Yama also ran over and stood side by side with He Yunxiang. He glanced at the ribbon in astonishment, and his eyes couldn't help but shrink. His eyesight was extraordinary, so he could naturally tell that this ribbon was no ordinary artifact. It was definitely not comparable to the artifacts he had seen before. He coveted it very much in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. "I'll let you keep it for a while. After a while, this artifact will belong to the Yin family." At this moment, the cries for help all around had subsided. It had only been 10 breaths since the starship was damaged. None of the hundreds of Yin family disciples who came to pilot the starship had survived. From beginning to end, Yama didn't react at all, as if the people who died weren't from the Yin family, but strangers. He Yunxiang's heart trembled. She increasingly felt that this person was cruel and merciless. She had killed and set fires many times, but it was impossible for her to be as heartless as him. In the endless void, it was impossible to distinguish between north and south. Looking around, it was filled with colorful lights. It was the first time Yama and He Yunxiang had experienced such a situation, so they quickly forgot about it and appreciated the strangeness of their surroundings. Yang Kai walked at the front, but there was still no fluctuation of world energy on his body. The terrifying pressure directly acted on his body, but it couldn't make him frown. The entire world was extremely quiet, and everyone's heartbeat could be heard clearly. Yama felt that something was wrong because the journey was extremely peaceful. They didn't encounter any dangers or sudden situations. 500 years ago, the patriarch set off for the ancestral territory. The world didn't know if he had succeeded, but Yama knew that the patriarch had successfully arrived at the ancestral territory. This was because 3 months after the patriarch set off, the Yin family used the secret technique left behind by the patriarch to contact him. At that time, the patriarch described his experience in detail when he entered the ancestral territory, especially when passing through the multicolored space. According to the ancestor, this place was extremely dangerous, and the slightest carelessness would result in death. In this world that seemed extremely beautiful, there were many dangers hidden that ordinary people could not discover. Yama was fully prepared. He was vigilant at all times, afraid that danger would suddenly befall him. However, from the beginning to the end, everything was calm and peaceful. It was as if they were taking a stroll in their own backyard. There was no danger at all. The patriarch couldn't have lied to him. So, the only explanation was that either the three of them had heaven-defying luck, or the leader had avoided many dangers in advance. Yama hoped that it was the former, because if it was the latter, then this person was too terrifying. Perhaps, the Yin family's deployment was not the right choice. He suddenly felt a little uneasy. There was no reference around, so no one knew how far they had walked. Yama's artifact armor had dimmed, obviously having lost much of its spirituality. However, he was prepared for this and immediately put on a new set of artifact armor. Yunxiang also consumed a lot of energy. Her ribbon artifact required her to use her Saint Qi to maintain its defense. With her third-order origin king cultivation, it was already difficult for her to control a Dao source-grade artifact, so it was impossible for her to maintain it for long. Taking out a spirit pill from her space ring and swallowing it, her tender body suddenly shook. She felt a warm current spread from her lower abdomen to her limbs and bones. Her Saint Qi, which was about to be exhausted, was greatly replenished at this moment. What's more, the medicinal efficacies were endless. She didn't even have time to refine and absorb them, wasting a lot of them. Master's actions are really good. It was absolutely impossible for such an excellent spirit pill to appear in the star territory. She didn't even know what this spirit pill was called, only that Yang Kai had given it to her along with the source-condensing pill a few days ago. Time passed by, and no matter how beautiful the scenery was, one would eventually grow tired of it. The three of them were like travelers walking in a lonely desert, not knowing where the road ahead was. Yama's expression of expectation was replaced by depression, and Yunxiang was also a little anxious. Only Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged, and even his pace did not change. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly raised his brow and turned to Yunxiang. "We're here." Yunxiang was taken aback for a moment before she was overjoyed. Yama also looked up abruptly and saw that there seemed to be some unique scenery in the distance. His artifact armor was gone, and the one he was wearing was the last set. If he could not reach the ancestral territory, he could only thicken his skin and ask Yang Kai for protection. Fortunately, the goal was right in front of them, so their persistence had not been in vain. The three of them accelerated their pace at the same time. After a full day, a 5-colored whirlpool appeared in front of the three of them. This whirlpool was in an extremely strange state of stillness. The three of them stood in front of this whirlpool, as tiny as 3 specks of dust, insignificant. Yama's lips trembled with excitement as he stared at the vortex, as if he could see through the barrier of space and see the scenery on the other side. Yunxiang's eyes also flashed with a strange light. If it were 3 months ago, she would never have imagined that she would have such a day. In the ancestral territory, it seemed that as long as she took a single step forward, she would be able to reach it. This was the dream of many people, but now it was within reach. The two of them turned to look at Yang Kai, and were surprised to find that Yang Kai had closed his eyes and was standing there quietly. No one dared to disturb him. After waiting for a while, Yang Kai opened his eyes and said, "Let's go." Taking a step forward, he stepped directly into the still 5-colored vortex. Yama and He Yunxiang were not willing to be outdone and followed closely behind. A feeling of weightlessness instantly shrouded them. Feeling dizzy and shocked, they heard a burst of noise. He Yunxiang and Yama tried to listen, but their ears were buzzing and they couldn't hear what those voices were saying. Only Yang Kai was looking around with a dumbfounded expression. The ancestral territory was a magical place. On the way here, he had imagined what kind of place the ancestral territory was, but after arriving here, he found that it was a little different from what he had imagined. It was not that he was disappointed, but the scene in front of him felt something was wrong. Here they come, here they come. More people are coming. Hua, this time there are 3 people. Which star territory are they from? These 3 people. My Beyond the Heavens sect wants one. Surnamed Liu, why don't you go? You said you want it, but first ask whether this brother agrees or not. So what if he agrees? So what if he doesn't? Do you want to fight with me? Come. Who is afraid of who? No matter what you think, my Xing Luo mountain also wants one. The last one is mine. Sacred Yufeng. Are you joking? I am very serious. Fuck your mother. Why are you cursing? It seemed that because of the appearance of Yang Kai and the other 2 people, the scene suddenly went out of control, and Yang Kai was stunned. Shut up, all of you. Don't make a scene. Don't let others look down on us. Don't you know the rules? First ask where they come from. An old man with a sallow face suddenly opened his mouth. This old man seemed to have some prestige. His body was thin, but his spirit was hale and hearty. He held a pipe in his hand, and some sparks were coming out of it. As soon as he opened his mouth, the scene suddenly quieted down, and everyone looked at Yang Kai and the others anxiously. Chapter 3100. At first glance, everyone was surprised because the young man leading the trio was actually looking at them with great interest. *C. Gasps rang out. How is this possible? From the star territory to the ancestral territory, one must have experienced a void shuttle. Because this kind of void shuttle covered an extremely long distance, it would be accompanied by some sequelae, the most obvious of which was that one's soul would become unstable and dizzy. Depending on one's strength, the duration of these sequelae would vary. Shorter ones would take a few breaths to recover, while longer ones would take more than a dozen breaths. But looking at the appearance of this young man, there were no sequelae at all. What's going on? Everyone was stunned. Sweeping with their divine senses again, a strange expression appeared on their faces. This young man did not have the slightest world energy fluctuation. But how could a cultivator not have any world energy fluctuations? Either the difference in cultivation was too great, making it impossible for those weaker to detect him, or he had an artifact that concealed his cultivation. But what kind of artifact could a cultivator from the star territory have on him? With so many people present, how could they not see through him? This young man was a strange one. After a while, He Yunxiang and Yin Luo gradually recovered. At first glance, He Yunxiang's beautiful face paled and her Saint Qi surged as she looked around vigilantly. She did not expect to encounter such a situation as soon as she stepped into the ancestral territory. Moreover, looking around, the cultivation of the cultivator was no lower than the Origin King realm, and the aura exuding from many of them made her tremble in fear. Above the Origin King realm, this was an aura above the Origin King realm. It must be the Tao Source realm Master mentioned. Have we arrived at the ancestral territory? If not, how could so many Origin Kings and above gather here? But what were they doing here? Were they trying to rob them? What could a cultivator from the star territory possibly have that could catch their attention? The 2 sides were not on the same level at all. Is it fun for a master to rob a child? While she was on guard, Yin Luo suddenly moved and strode to the side. He Yunxiang was stunned. Yang Kai squinted at his back. On the other side, 3 people were standing on a small slope. 2 men and 1 woman. The leader was a young man. He stood in the air, looking confident and elegant. His aura was deep and serene. Beside him was a woman in her 30s. She was smiling faintly. The other person was an old man. He had white hair and a ruddy complexion. Yama's expression was filled with excitement. When he arrived in front of the slope, he knelt on one knee and said in a trembling voice, "Yama greets the ancestor." As soon as these words were spoken, He Yunxiang's expression changed greatly. She stared at the old man in a daze. A flash of inspiration appeared in her mind, and she immediately understood who this old man was. It was rumored that 500 years ago, the patriarch of the Yin clan had gone to the ancestral territory, and no one knew whether he was dead or alive. Since Yama addressed the old man as such, the old man's identity was obvious. He was the patriarch of the Yin family, Yin Runhao, who had left the territory of the Wuji star 500 years ago. He Yunxiang immediately had a bad feeling in her heart. This Yin Renhao was the strongest master on the Wuji star territory 500 years ago, a peak third-order origin king. Now that 500 years had passed, and he had been cultivating in the ancestral territory, it was likely he had already broken through to the origin king realm. This was a trap. No wonder Yama agreed to take Yang Kai to the ancestral territory so easily. No wonder he asked to follow them on his own initiative. It turned out that he had been waiting here all along. She did not know what method the Yin family had used to contact Yin Renhao, but it was impossible for Yin Renhao to wait here for no reason. Obviously, after they left Tai Star, someone from the Yin family had sent a message to the ancestral territory. Yin Runhao had deliberately waited here to welcome the arrival of Yin Luo. This is bad. The master's cultivation was indeed extraordinary, and he did not fear the Yin family of Tai Star. But could he defeat Yin Renhao? What's more, Yin Runhao seemed to have two helpers around him. The woman was only a third-order origin king, so Yang Kai could probably deal with her, but the young man gave off a feeling that he was even stronger than Yin Runhao. Could the master be his opponent? In an instant, He Yunxiang thought of many things and glanced at Yang Kai with an ugly expression, but seeing his calm face without the slightest anxiety, she could not help but be taken aback. Good, good, good. On the other side, Yin Renhao laughed heartily as he stepped forward and stretched out his hand to lift Yin Luo up. Looking him up and down, he patted him on the shoulder and showed a look of approval. Good, good. Yin Runhao was naturally happy that a descendant of the Yin family had come here. Before him, no one from the Yin family had successfully reached the ancestral territory. In this world, although his strength had greatly improved, his life was far less carefree than it was on the Wuji star territory. The arrival of Yin Luo could be said to be a pleasant surprise. In the future, if the two worked together, it was not impossible for the Yin family's prestige to extend to the ancestral territory. Old ancestor as well, Yin Luo can rest assured. Yin Luo said excitedly, Old ancestor, your cultivation. Yin Renhao laughed and waved his hand. Let's not talk about cultivation for now. Come, let me introduce you to a master. Grabbing his arm, he brought Yin Luo to the young man and introduced, This is my brother from the Azure Sea Palace, Duan Muki. You can call him Martial Uncle Duan Muki. Azure Sea Palace. Yin Luo's eyes flashed as he heard the introduction. Although the Yin family could contact the old ancestor, they could not communicate for too long. They only contacted once 500 years ago, so the Yin family had no idea how Yin Renhao was doing in the ancestral territory. Suddenly hearing the introduction of the old ancestor, Yin Luo immediately understood that his old ancestor must have joined this force called Azure Sea Palace in the ancestral territory. Moreover, looking at the old ancestor's attitude towards Duan Muki, he seemed to be somewhat respectful. Yin Luo was not young, and he definitely looked much older than Duan Muki. However, for a cultivator in the world, those who were stronger were the seniors. Since his cultivation was inferior, he could only lower his posture. Not daring to be negligent, he quickly bowed and saluted. Yin family's Yin Luo greets Martial Uncle Duan Muki. Duan Muki smiled reservedly and nodded. Martial nephew doesn't need to be so polite. We will be family in the future. Yin Renhao said, Your martial uncle Duan Muki's strength can be ranked in the top 10 of the entire Azure Sea Palace. It was thanks to his recommendation that I was able to join the Azure Sea Palace. In the future, you should ask him for advice. Yes. Yin Luo's expression turned serious. This is your martial aunt Shen Cooling. Yin Renhao pointed to the woman. Yin Luo thought to himself that the other party was just a third-order origin king, the same cultivation as him. If they really fought, it was hard to say who would win. How could she be a generation higher than him? He was an overlord in the territory of Limitless Star, standing at the very top. When had he ever been inferior to others? However, seeing her intimate appearance with Duan Muki, he immediately understood what was going on. He also saluted seriously. "Greetings, Martial Uncle Shen." Shen Cooling pursed her lips and smiled. "Martial nephew doesn't need to be so polite. You are Brother Yan's descendant. When you join the Azure Sea Palace in the future, we will naturally take care of you. Since this is our first meeting, we did not prepare anything. This bottle of pills will be a gift to you. I believe it will be of some help to your cultivation in the future." Although Yin Luo was moved, he felt a little embarrassed to take someone's gift on their first meeting. He could only ask his old ancestor. Yin Renhao said, "Your martial uncle Shun is an alchemist. These pills were all refined by him. Since he is giving them to you, take them." "Thank you, martial uncle Shun." Yin Luo hurriedly expressed his gratitude and received the bottle with both hands. He was very excited. Coming to the ancestral territory was indeed the right choice. He had just arrived and already received a bottle of pills. Although he did not know the grade of the pills and what effects they had, since they came from the ancestral territory, they could not be too bad. The few of them exchanged a few words. When the surrounding cultivator heard this, how could they not know the relationship between them? They sighed in their hearts, knowing that they would not have a chance to snatch someone from the Azure Sea Palace. The other party's old ancestor was in the Azure Sea Palace, so he would definitely join the Azure Sea Palace. How could he choose another sect? The two people who came with Yin Luo should also be from the same territory. With such a relationship, there would definitely be no other choice. So everyone lost the thought of roping them in. Under normal circumstances, cultivator from the same territory would gather together for warmth, unless there was some enmity between them. But if there was enmity, why would they come to the ancestral territory together? After the few people from the Azure Sea Palace finished exchanging greetings, Yin Renhao and Yin Luo's eyes met, and there seemed to be a surge of divine sense. The next moment, Yin Renhao looked at Yang Kai and He Yunxiang with a smile and said, "Since the two of you came here with Yin Luo, then come with this old man." There were too many people here. Even if he had plans to deal with Yang Kai, he could not do it here, lest other sects have something to use against him and criticize him. But as long as he left here and returned to the Azure Sea Palace, he could do whatever he wanted. How dare you kill an elder of the Yin family and destroy the foundation of the Yin family? How could I let you go so easily? Did you really think you could do whatever you wanted just because you had some strength? If you were a frog at the bottom of the well, then you would be a frog at the bottom of the well. You would never be able to jump out of the well. However, he had to find a way to get them to the Azure Sea Palace first. Yin Luo also smiled and said, "Brother Yang, please." Yin Luo can come to the ancestral territory because of Brother Yang's care. Please give me a chance to repay you. There was no need for him to be humble and careful anymore. His own ancestor was standing behind him, and there was also martial uncle Duanmu. Why would he be afraid of Yang Kai? In his opinion, no matter how strong Yang Kai was, it was impossible for him to be stronger than his ancestor and Duanmu Qi. Previously, he bullied the Yin family because of his power. Now that the tables had turned, it was time for him to taste the feeling of being bullied. He Yunxiang's face was gloomy, and she stared at Yin Luo with some anger. Although the Yin family's matter was within Yang Kai's calculations, it was ultimately the Yin family's own fault. If the Yin family had agreed to her initial suggestion, she believed that Yang Kai would not treat the Yin family badly. He would definitely compensate them handsomely. Unfortunately, the Yin family was blindly arrogant and sought their own death. How could they blame others? Moreover, Yang Kai clearly had the power to wipe out the Yin family, but he did not bully the weak. But in the end, he still fell into the Yin family's trap. Now that Yin Luo had achieved his goal, he revealed such a despicable side. He Yunxiang felt ashamed. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.